So we have a very tight program, so we will want to run through it very parliamentary style. I know Parliament sometimes closes at 1 a.m. in the night, but we will. I want us to maintain a tight ship, so that in the interest of time, and so that we can all close within the prescribed time. We are also live on our hashtags. We are streaming live, so for those joining us online, welcome very much. Our hashtag for the day is NSC Connects and NSC Ibuka Graduation, happening live. So this is the point where you take out your phone, take a quick selfie, and say, I am live at NSC Connects. So I'll give you 2 minutes really quickly. I see the guys who are young at heart and not even bothered. There's an app called Twitter on your phone. That's where you actually tweet. So you start by taking a selfie and then go to your gallery, take that photo, go onto your Twitter account and share using the hashtag NSC Connects, NSC Ibuka Graduation. Okay. So I'll give us 1 minute, 2 minutes. And I will, throughout the session, I will be going to that, to our Twitter wall. Please tag the NSC, and we will be reading some of those tweets live. So we want to see who has the sauciest tweets today. Thank you. Okay, great. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our CEO, Bwana Geoffrey Odundo, to give opening remarks. And sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. It's because I interact with most of you, so I always assume that. My name is Gift Corey, and I'm the Business Development Manager for the exchange. My KPI is to mobilize listings, so no pressure to all of you who are in the building. And I also run with the Ibuka program. Welcome, Bwana Jeff.
Morning. Sorry, morning. Happy to see you all. Man, the room is full. This is good. First of all, say thank you very much for making time to come. It's a Friday, and I'm sure Fridays are normally days when people want to take it a bit easy. I was actually telling my team what's the dress code, because Friday is the day you want to wear those nice, you know. So I'm happy to really welcome all of you here to the launch of this event. And happy to see most of our partners and our clients on board. So I'll just recognize a few protocols and then take it from there. I want to recognize our Vice Chairman, Mr. Paul Mwai, who's also the CEO of AIB Access. Mike Rabah, our first graduate into the market from Ibuka, from Homeboys. Francis Theuri, CEO of AA Kenya, who is currently in a fundraising, hoping to join one of the platforms. Francis Mwangi, our CEO of Kesto Capital, colleagues from KEPSA and CAM, Lena Mudachi from Red Truck. I'm told we have a number of partners here from the donor world. I met a colleague from FMO. Welcome. I don't know whether there's any protocol I can remember, but all of you, John Waniki, former Deputy Governor of Laikipia, right? And former staff of the NSC as well. And yes, and our recent graduates in the Ibuka program, congratulations in advance for making it through, and just all of you for making time to come here. For us, today is a very auspicious occasion because we are launching the NSC Connect platform, which is going to be a flagship platform for connecting our SME companies to capital. For a very long time, the market has been seen not to be too responsive to the SME segment of the market. We've been more reliant on having investor-ready companies, which for a long time have been big companies. But we see a great opportunity for SMEs to really understand what capital market financing is all about. And that's what we're going to be showing you today. Now, this platform has a very clear route to market strategy. It helps you at a very basic level to understand what your valuation is. Today, I always do my net worth assessments, and I'm always very proud of my numbers when I look at them. But when an outsider looks at it and tells you this is what you're valued at, it's normally like a reality check. So we're going to give you a reality check. And I think that's what's most important. I also want to recognize Cynthia Baru. Cynthia, sorry, I didn't see you there. Cynthia is one of our director of Dan Blair, one of our key partners. So it really gives me great pleasure to welcome you to join us in today's launch, and to also witness the first graduate of companies that have undergone the Ibuka training series. The NSE Connect builds on our continued innovation of non-traditional capital raising platforms that complement our equity and debt markets and ease the process of companies raising capital. I'm also glad to note that NSE Connect is the first private launched platform in East Africa, a testament to our continued innovation and capital market leadership in the region. I think the NSE today is known for being a first in many respects. We are thought leaders in this region, so we've launched very many products. We are like the guinea pigs. That's why we take the brunt of products when they don't succeed, and we are always judged. But I think as a big market in this region, we must provide that direction. So we launched the derivatives market. We are the second market in Africa to do that, after JSC, who launched it 10 years ahead of us. It just shows you that we are very steadfast in trying to build and develop the market. I'm also glad to say that we're graduating the first batch of our Ibuka companies in a couple of years, who have gone through a high-level 4-week intense training. As part of the training in one of the programs, and I like the enthusiasm that I saw from companies. I think companies want to understand what capital markets have to offer. And I think given the current high interest rate environments, I think it's important to explore alternatives. Our argument is that any business survive today, you can't rely on one form of capital. You need to blend. And the blending is found in the capital markets. So this platform will help you. We're leveraging on our cutting-edge technology to bridge the gap between enterprises seeking to fundraise and potential providers of capital. And that's why we have investment banks in this room to sort of hear the pitch from a few of these companies. The innovation is also in line with global trends that are now focusing on private markets as a route to offer pre-IPO financing and support to bridge financing gaps for companies. So various regions in the world have launched private markets that are enabling companies, specifically, SMEs, to raise significant capital in advance of pursuing other capital markets opportunities. Private markets are also helping reduce the traditional capital raising requirements for companies and shortening the process of listing on the capital markets. So what will the NSE Connect do for companies? You'll be able to get access to investors because what we've taken you through is investor readiness. And so this platform is now also open to investors, and they'll be able to select the companies they want to have a conversation with, because your financial ratios are there, your governance records are there, your funding request is there. And I'm happy to see the likes of FMO here, who will be able to start looking at these opportunities and see where they can be impacted on. So the financials will be able to access the company's financial as well as other information directly through the platform and accelerate and really find ways of accelerating this. It'll shorten the listing process because through the NSE Connect, you'll have gone through heaps of what you need to do and provide you an accelerated route to the market and eventually list on either our public markets or our private markets, which we call the unquoted securities market. You'll have access to a digital due diligence process and nominated advisors. You'll be able to access our transaction advisors and nominated advisors and really find a way of receiving the best in class advice. You go through incubation that helps you either validate your governance structures, your processes, your strategy, or get a whole new training on how to do that. And shareholders will also enjoy ability to get better price discovery and valuation of your business. To financials, we're bringing you a ready-made directory, a digital directory of investment grade opportunities. So you don't have to go screening. The screening will be done by the NSC in advance, and you'll be able now to take this company and assess them in greater depth. So you don't have to look at a universe of 800 clients. You'll find your 15 ready who you can start working with. You can choose for the pipeline based on your internal criteria, save time, and instead of going through loads and loads of applications. You'll have access to information. You'll be able to really have all the information about companies and make more informed decision. Better price discovery again, because a lot of these will also be able to be tradable, and it'll be a good exit mechanism for investors in these companies. So there's more of a dual benefit both for the companies and for the investors. So how do you get admitted onto the platform? We have a link there, www.nsc Connect. It's purely online. So what we are saying is that we don't have to wait for you to send us applications. So you go to on that web line, and you're able to get into it and provide your details there. We will process it. It's a whole end-to-end processing. Everything is done within the NSC. When an application is rejected, we're able to give you the reasons for that rejection, and we're able to move forward. So our call to action is that first, take the bold step, get into the platform, start getting your assessments. You'll be hearing from some testimonial cases from some of our partners, Homeboys, AA Kenya, and the rest. And Mr. Dote, you're very welcome. You need to sit on this high table somewhere. Dote is from Hope House of Procurement, one of our partners, our discounting partner on the NSC. And so it's a very easy platform to join. One of the things that we intend to do as we build our cohort and as we want to provide this education going forward is to actually do an annual SME forum, fundraising forum. And so starting next year, possibly in April, we're going to launch the first international SME forum in Kenya. All right? Because we believe the character of companies in Africa is the same. We need to knowledge share. And so we need to bring partners that will also encourage cross-border trading, because I believe we want to open avenues, take advantage of all these ACFTA agreements, COMESA, and all that. I think when they announce, they sound very high level. You think it's just a government thing, but I think those are the markets being created for our SME companies. We need to step in and create that opportunity. So as I wind up, is to say again, the market is open for you all. We are providing an avenue for fundraising. You'll be hearing a lot of this. We want to encourage you to step into the stage. You'll be hearing some of the success stories we have and a lot of learning. But also, let's have fun, let's enjoy, let's network. And please, welcome to the capital markets, where we say, welcome to discover opportunities. Thank you very much. Good. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Geoffrey Odundo. So we'll, at this point, I will also want to invite the CEO of the Kenya Association of Stockbrokers and Investment Banks, Bwana Willy Njoroge, to make his opening remarks. Round of applause for Jeff. And
thank you very much, Gift. When I was told it was going to be a graduation ceremony, I was expecting gowns, confetti, party. But anyway, congratulations, a very big congratulations to those who are graduating today. And I have seen that the program is quite extensive, so I'll make my remarks as brief as possible. Jeff Odundo, CEO of the NSC, and our good brother. Directors of the NSC that are present today, starting with the Vice Chair, Paul Mwai. CASIB directors who might be present. There is Cynthia, I cannot see any others right now. Iwat, you're very welcome. My CASIB members, just raise your hands from wherever you are. Thank you, Lucas, Francis, Cynthia. Yes, karibuni sana. So I'll make this very, very brief. I think most of you have been told about the history of Ibuka. Ibuka basically meaning to emerge, and that is where the concept of Ibuka came from several years back. And really that encapsulates what the program Ibuka is about. It's about getting your entities to emerge, to grow from where they are to the next level. I remember at one forum I was told to avoid using the word SMEs because SMEs does not really reflect what we feel our companies should be. But yes, that is Ibuka. So that is the history of Ibuka. I'm always happy to see Mike Rabah, our very own success story, who bulldozed through the Ibuka process, not wanting to know whether there were any hurdles, and congratulations for that. So why am I here? I am here to represent the transaction advisors that you have been told about. These are the members of the Association of Stockbrokers and Investment Banks. These are the people that shall handhold you and help you through the process of achieving what you want to achieve through the Nairobi Securities Exchange. They will advise, they will be with you. They will provide you with solutions. So whether you want to come to list, whether you want to, because you can list by introduction where you don't need to raise any funds, whether you want to fundraise through equity or through debt, whether you want to come to the exchange purely for succession, so that your life can, your company can have a life of its own, my members are here to guide you through the process. We also have with us John Mwaneki, who is the chief advisor of the association. He successfully was able to put together the fundraising for Laikipia County. And we always say, if he was able to do it for a county, he can do it for a private company. So I have two comments as I leave. Number one is to congratulate the graduates or the Ibukis for overcoming something I would like to call the challenge of sentimental attachment. Not many of us tend to realize how big of a challenge this is in persuading a company to come and list at the exchange, and the company feels that they're going to lose control. Most of these are family-owned businesses, and there's a lot of sentimental attachment. So the fact that you have been able to come to Ibuka, and you're a graduate, you have been able to go through the process, and you're willing to come and seed part of your company to enrich the shareholding base, to me is a big achievement. You have been able to overcome what we can call the sentimental attachment. Second, I would like to address the issue of costs. Mbide keeps on telling me about costs. Yes, maybe several of you might be here to raise funds, to raise money. And you don't want to be slapped with big invoices telling you that you need to pay this to a lawyer, you need to pay this to a transaction advisor, you need to pay this and the other. I would like to mention here that this is not a straight jacket. You can be able to sit with the transaction advisors that I have mentioned and come to an agreement as to how they can be able to help you move forward. We have faced challenges in the past where Ibuka companies tend to complain and say, okay, I've come to the market, I'm trying to raise money, but when I talk to the investment banker, when I talk to the transaction advisor, the sort of invoice or fee note they are giving me is totally untenable. So I would like to assure you that you can be able to talk with them. We are also talking about the concept, perhaps, of having some shared services that can be implemented so that different Ibukis can able to share services and be able to enjoy the economies of scale. But let that not be a reason that will stop you from wanting to pursue this dream any further. Finally, I would like to congratulate the NSC team on the NSC Connect. I have had the privilege of interacting with that platform as they have developed it. And you will see it once it is launched. I think it is an ingenious idea. Congratulations, Jeff, and your team. The NSC Connect is long overdue. The idea is long overdue. It will enable you as businesses to be able to access or connect with investors. So whether you're in Nairobi or Mombasa or Kisumu or Voi, it doesn't matter. You don't have to come to Nairobi to come and look for your transaction advisor in Nairobi, or to come to the exchange for you to be able to connect with investors. You can do it from wherever you are. And the investors that you shall seek, again, are not limited to any geographical location. So whether you want investors who are in Kenya or not in Kenya, whether they are from Nairobi or Mombasa, it doesn't matter. The platform connects all the businesses with all the investors. Finally, let me just say that we do look forward as the fraternity of stockbrokers and investment banks, as the transaction advisors, to working with you in this journey now that you have graduated. I think we all know that. I remember when I graduated from the University of Nairobi many years ago, I thought it was the end of the journey, just for me to discover it was the beginning. So as you graduate, as we move forward, congratulations, and we shall be looking forward to interacting with you, and most importantly, hand-holding you in the process of raising capital or whatever service that you want to get from the exchange. With that, thank you very much. MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie Njoroge. You can do better, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. That even gives the next speaker some motivation to come up. Otherwise, our breakfast was too heavy. Okay, so I think you've all heard from the CEO of the CASIB that they are ready and willing to support you in your capital raising journey. We will also take your comment on the gowns. Next time, I think we will have someone do some gowns for us as we come to graduate. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our keynote speaker. That's Ms. Mary Ngechu from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, to make her opening address on the role of capital markets in financing SMEs in Kenya. Round of applause again.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Captain of Industries, invited guests, all protocol observed. As he has said, my name is Mary Ngechu. I'm standing here as the director for SME at KEPSA. But allow me to tell you who Mary Ngechu is and what I do. I run a group of company owned by me and my husband. We've been in business for nearly 20 years now. Line Plus Group. Our first entity, we started with a printing press. Then way through, we realized that everything we are printing is getting into a container, into a package. Then we started a packaging company where we are manufacturing plastic containers. Then after that, we realized we have printing, we have packaging, we need a product. Then we got into manufacturing of cosmetics. So the group of companies, we are offering packaging solutions. We are in cosmetics. Why cosmetics? Because cosmetics we can manufacture, we can grow very big, and we can take advantage into those markets that Jeff was talking about, the Free Africa Continental Trade Agreements that are there. I can send my cosmetics into Ghana. It's unlikely that I'll send my plastic containers there. But when I send my cosmetics, my labels are there, my containers are there, so I'm sending my whole business to access the Africa market. Apart from that, I also sit in as a chair for women in manufacturing at KM. And I've talked about KEPSA. Why am I doing that? I'm doing that because I believe in this space of SME, we are literally misunderstood. Who is an SME? Is an SME the mama mboga who is selling or giving a service for our food next to our home? Is an SME the person who is riding a motorbike? Is SME somebody who has a small supermarket somewhere? Is an SME a Mary who today I am employing about 400 people? Who is an SME? So it's a journey that I believe that as much as we are creating solutions, we are not being able to really define who these solutions are meant for when we build that blanket of SME. So I have thought that it is important as SMEs who have walked that journey. I'm in the first generation of a business. When we started the business, it was me, my husband, and one employee. Today I'm having 400 people. How do I sit on the table where we are making the decisions of the directions where we want to take the SMEs in this country? This is why I am in those many spaces for SMEs. I also run another initiative that I'm calling Takataka ni Mali. And Takataka ni Mali is a space where I'm saying I am not collecting waste, I am not recycling. Every time people ask me, then what are you doing in the waste management? I am trying to organize the ecosystem around sustainable waste management because of what we are doing today. If an SME will be able to access market, we need to embrace sustainability. We need to start understanding what is ESG reporting. One time I was looking for money and a bank came to my factory and they asked me, are you complying with your ESG? I didn't know what was ESG. So I needed to crack that ESG conversation because it's a huge barrier for access to finance. And I'm sure I've had interaction with the NSC in the same space. And one of the other area I am doing is to unlock that barrier and making the SME understand it's not just about making money. It's making money, building impact, and developing businesses that are sustainable so that we can be able to scale. So at KEPSA SME platform, we started 2 years ago, and we started with what we called the SME Club. An SME Club, we bring together the SME and we capacity build them, we matchmake them, we mentor them, we expose them to other businesses that have grown. Why are we doing that? Because we want to broaden their thinking, and our focus as KEPSA for SME is to scale them. We scale through partnership, and NSC is one of our partners, and I believe we have been part of looking for those SMEs who have gone through the Ibuka program. We will continue in the partnership to building a pipeline of SME for NSC to be able to capacity build them and achieve what they're putting together as a platform for SME to access finances. In Kenya today, we are saying that 90% of our labor is sitting under SME enterprises. We are also saying that 7.4 million SMEs employ about 14.9 million Kenyans in different sectors. And when you look into our needs of job creation, it means that then where we need to focus is around what we are calling the SME sector. And I think this is why NSC has come to the SME. We're also saying that in 1993, SME contributed to the GDP 13%. But 2016, the contribution for GDP for SME is at 33.9%. In other developed countries, SME are contributing up to 50% of the GDP. Why are we not being able to contribute 50% in that sector? Yet, we are saying we are employing 90%. So if we are contributing 90% of labor, why are we still not able to be contributing at least 50%, if not 70 or 90% of our GDP? We have many challenges that are facing the SME sector. When we talk about SME, you hear things like they are informal, they are not formalized. What is being formalized? Is it having a registration from a city council or from government? Is it complying with the regulations? But I think for me, when we say that they're informal, is that they are not structured. We don't have information. We don't have true information about them. Most of them are micro enterprises. 92.2% of the SME sector are micro enterprises. They don't have capacity to scale. And for me, capacity to scale beyond the technical needs of a business, understanding how to learn the business, I think all that goes into access to finance. When you sit within a SME and you want to capacity build them, they tell them our problem is money. How can we get money? Where do we get the money? Yes, you have given us capacity, you have told us how to build structures of our businesses, but where do we get money to do those things? And I'll give you my example. About 2 years ago, I sat with my team and I said I want to attract money from the DFIs. And Frank Muti is here from Ernest & Young. He was in that conversation. And he told me, Mary, to get money from the DFIs is not easy. It will take you several years. But being Mary Ngecho, I wanted to understand what is that takes 2 years or several years. So I embarked that journey. I encountered things like due diligence, commercial due diligence, legal due diligence, all those things that a lot of SMEs will not understand, will not even appreciate. And I think this is why Willie has talked about the transactional advisors who are willing to work with them and help them to unlock those barriers. I actually even asked for quotation to do commercial due diligence. And when the quotation I was given, I was also like, it is more expensive nearly to take quarter of the money that I'm trying to look for. Then the investors that I wanted to have, they asked me, you have to be ESG compliant. Then I have bought some land in Tatu. We want to do a construction of an industrial park. So I said, with today's technology, I want to make it green. Then I was told about something that is called, IFC Edge Compliance. So I asked for consultants, a quotation to be IFC Edge compliant. One, I was not getting anyone in Kenya, so I got one from South Africa, and you can imagine what the bills were. Up to today, that project, that dream is still pending somewhere. But I will realize it. Why am I telling you this? Because these are they are the actual problem that the SMEs are facing. When I walked into this table, today in the morning I told my husband, I am going to Capital Club to speak to NSC. And he looked at me and he was wondering, what are you doing with NSC? Because our mindset as business owners, when we want to look for money, we go to the banks. And the gentleman who has talked about controls family businesses, that is where our mindset is, where our trust is. How do we believe that we can safeguard our businesses? It's not by giving other people shares to come and tell us what to do. The work you have, Jeff, is to change the mindset of the SME. And when you change the mindset of SME is from the founder. You must be able to build trust for NSC, for the Ibuka program, so that we can be able to associate with it, to see trust. How do you build that? That your first cohort, you have to do whatever it takes to make sure that they access the capital. And give us that story. Then we can trust that we can actually be able to raise capital through NSC. The people who get that money, let's talk to the others who are doing business. And we tell them, actually, we can be able to access that. Yesterday, I had a meeting with my team, and I have told them one of the things that we must do is to look for alternative way of raising funds for my business. Because if I'm looking for business to pay school fees, I can pay school fees for my kids today, but I want to build a legacy. I want to build a business that can be able to grow beyond me. And if that business can grow beyond me, I have to do some of those things that I am not comfortable about doing. Building structures, bringing other experts so that they can come up with that perception of how to grow my business to the next level. So KEPSA, how do we do the scale-up approach? We collaborate. I've talked about collaboration with NSC, but we are collaborating with also other different partners, development partners, and we are looking into how do we create financial linkages through our partnership, how do we develop market access. We do trade forums, we give exposure to the SMEs across the regional markets and across the international markets so that they can be able to access market there. We do capacity building, I've said we do mentorship, and we're also pushing a lot of subcontracting within our ecosystem of different industry to help and scale the SME. We help in advocacy for business regulatory policies, and we also are pushing on innovation and incubation for SME so that they can be able to broaden their basket of offering and they can be able to think outside the box in how it is that they can be able to grow their businesses. We have done several programs during COVID. We had, in partnership with different of our partners, we had a program where we were able to give SMEs money. And we were giving them between 100,000 to 1.5 million interest-free for 6 months. They took the money and they paid back. We are launching now a new project that we are calling the Jinue Growth Program. In the Jinue Growth Program, we are going to be offering money to SMEs, this time not at interest-free, but at small interest. And we're also looking to launch a revolving fund, and I know we also have been supported in that revolving fund by NSA. I've talked about trade forums, but we are also pushing the SMEs to embrace digital technology. So we have a program where we are working with SME that we are calling the e-commerce booster program. So why NSC? The NSC, I don't want to explain why NSC, but I believe through NSC, SMEs can be able to raise money through equity financing, through debt instruments, through listing on the stock exchange, and through the platform like what you've talked about by linking the SMEs to the different investors. Leveraging these finance avenues can help SME diversify their funding sources, access long-term capital, and fuel their growth and expansion strategies. This not only provides high return investment opportunities for the investors, but it also contributes to the resilience and the individual business and strengthens the overall economic landscape. Recognizing the value proposition, mutual cooperation for the advancement of finance services sector, SME access to finance in the capital markets, job creation, and stimulation for economic growth, KEPSA is glad to have partnered with the Nairobi Stock Exchange. In conclusion, as KEPSA SME and Startup Director, I'm deeply inspired by the immense potential within the SME sector and our collective ability to overcome challenges. Today, I've given an example of the things that we are doing as KEPSA. Our diverse initiative through collaboration underscore the dedication of driving inclusive economic growth. We have connected dreams and resources, turning inspiration into opportunity for the SMEs. I'm looking forward as the Director for SME to work with NSE to help build a pipeline for NSE so that we can be able to work with SMEs who can be able to scale. We can be able to help you differentiate those categories of SMEs that I've said so that we don't take so much time, but we use all the resources that we have, the collaboration opportunities that we have, and scale the opportunity, the SMEs that are ready to grow to the next level. Thank you very much, and let's enjoy the graduation, and I will be there waiting, not for the graduation of the training, but the graduation of raising the capital for those SMEs. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a better round of applause for Ms. Leringa. Thank you very much. As you've all heard, she wears many hats. When I grow up, I want to be you. That's all I can say. But I think I'll also be seeing you after this, because I think there might be collaboration opportunities for my department at the NSC and your other capacity, the roles that you play in your other businesses. Anyway, thank you very much for that speech. I think we are starting to see how this program is actually connecting, bringing together multiple stakeholders in order to support SMEs. SMEs are really at the heart of our agenda because they're the backbone of the economy, and it's our role as the NSC to make sure that we then provide a platform for SMEs to be adequately resourced from a capital perspective, but even on other issues, as she mentioned, corporate governance, how do you go over that mental block about bringing on board new shareholders? What really is the NSC? Because I think that's a whole other conversation that we need to have for another day. But in a nutshell, I would want to say NSC is like a church. And we are saying, just come the way you are, especially to the Ibuka program. We will not judge you, we will not, but what we will do is we will panel beat you. We will give you all the adequate resources. We'll attach you to a deacon who will actually work with you throughout your journey and make sure that you become a disciple for others to join us. So this is not the church where you need to come with a Land Cruiser or a certain, no. We say come the way you are on Route 11, or we will work with you, and very much welcome again. So at this point, I would like to invite our next speaker. As we said, we are working with various partners. We have worked with industry associations. We are also critically working with various financiers to be able to bring to be able to actually make sure that then we close that cycle for the funding needs of our companies. And with us today here, we will be seeing various financiers And our next speaker is from the Kenya Development Corporation. Please put your hands together as they come to make their presentation. Sorry. Let me just quickly. My apologies about that. Our next speaker is Bwana Kennedy Wanderi. He's the Director of Corporate Services at the Kenya Development Corporation. Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, MC. Good morning, everyone. The CEO of NSE, Geoffrey Odundo, all the business leaders who are here, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. My name is Kennedy Wanderi, as you heard. I'm the Director Corporate Service, Acting Director Corporate Services at KDC, and also the Head of Finance. I'm here to represent the Director General, Nora Ratemo, who would have loved to be here. This is our people, but due to other prior engagements, she was not able to attend, but very much here with you in spirit, and I will represent her with a few remarks. With me, I came with my small team. This is Anna Oko, and maybe could just stand, and Melody. So those are teams that will be able to assist the SMEs to connect with us after the end of this program. So I think just to start, I think for us is to say that we are very proud to be associated with the NSE, and especially this program, Ibuka. We wish to take this opportunity to congratulate NSE and all the graduates who have gone through this program and have attained this significant milestone in their growth. Our partnership, I think, with the NSE is strong. We will wish to continue to build upon it. NSE enables us to connect with SMEs. And as the previous speaker said, one of the challenges for SMEs is really accessing some of these financial facilities from providers of capital and finance. From the other side, the financing side, one of the key challenges that financiers also face is to really evaluate and the SMEs to see where they fit, what products do you give them, where do they fit, what is their history, what is their capacity, what opportunities are available to them. And then I think part of the reasons why Mary said that, told us that it can take up to 2 years, or let me say not 2 years, quite a long time, is really trying to go through that journey, trying to understand, the SMEs. And this program, is significant in preparing SMEs to be ready for financing. As someone said, really is a cleanup, process. Let me say they come very green, no records, no governance, processes. And I think by the time an SME is through with this program, it will be very ready. It won't take the 2 years now to get that financing. And I think for us, that's why it's so important for us to partner with the NSE, and especially through this program. It makes things much easier process is much faster, and confidence, to those who provide financing. I have a difficult task now to see how we fit in and whether we can provide the solutions that SMEs are looking for with regard to financing. So I think we're ready. Yeah, okay. You can put it on. Okay, thank you. So we'll start by introducing KDC. Who is KDC? I think to many people this may be a new name. KDC has only been existent for about 2 years now in name, but KDC has in real practice been there for a long time, more than 60 years. KDC is a merger. It resulted from a merger of former ICDC, Tourism Finance Corporation, that was TFC, and IDB Capital. All these are government-owned development finance institutions. And in that process of reforming the DFI sectors, it was found not to be necessary for these entities to exist as separate entities. It was thought that they could drive much more synergy by merging and acting as one-stop shop, maybe for all DFI needs in the economy. So the three institutions have operated now as one under KDC for the last 2 years, since July 2021. And we have seen enormous benefits actually from that merger. There's more synergy, and we are able to do much more than each of the three entities could do separately. So that is the brief of KDC. Some of those entities, as I said, have existed for over 60 years, and therefore the history of KDC is old. There are some of the big entities, commercial enterprises associated with the KDC, and that's just is a testimony of what collaboration, even in SMEs, even as a public entity, can do to grow SMEs. We have the likes of Isuzu Motors, those who know it. We had Unilever, though we have exited. Those were some of the companies that we started. There was Firestone, which later on became Samia, and many others that are big players in the economy today, Almasi and others. So that's the testimony of the synergy and the growth that even a public entity providing finance can stimulate to grow. So briefly, that is who we are. I think this is a story that has been told, why support SMEs, and I think this is basically just speaks to the significant role that SMEs play in the development of the Kenyan economy, accounting for 80% of the employment and significant contribution to GDP. I think most of the GDP contribution by SMEs, I think that's the other challenge, is that it's unmeasured because they're not formalized, it's not recognized, it doesn't go into the statistics, more of it, but it's there. We know most of the people who are there. The small, micro and small enterprises play a very significant role. So access to affordable credit by SMEs. So we are saying they face significant challenges. I think that has been a testimony by even international financiers. IFC says that just less than 10% of the SMEs in the country have access to bank loans. And therefore they struggle to get credit and other forms of financing to grow. And this is the gap that we all as financiers are trying to bridge. So how does KDC support SMEs? We support SMEs through affordable provision of affordable financing credit, either directly or indirectly through other financial intermediaries. Direct financing, we do this through provision of loans and equity financing. So we can provide direct credit to SMEs, or we can take a stake in your enterprise through equity to, which is patient capital, so that you can grow, and then we can exit once you think that you're now stable enough, or you can get other investors, because we take a bit of a risk capital. There may be SMEs for whom even the private sector may still be feeling, not ready to go into. But we, as a public entity, meant to de-risk some of these sectors. We can take that bit of higher risk, de-risk that enterprise and make it ready for private sector investment. Indirect financing, this will mostly be through MSMEs, through intermediaries who have reach across the countries and sectors. We are not that distributed as an entity, and maybe not all finance institutions may be significantly distributed to cater to the needs of MSMEs by region and by sectors or needs. So you have many players, intermediaries in the MSME sector, either catering for a specific region or specific sectors. So by working with these intermediaries, then we are also able to reach to various niche segments that we, as on our own, may not be able to. So, financing, we also now we provide advisory services also to SMEs. This would not be the kind of deals that Mary talked about. We're willing to discuss and support MSMEs. Certainly there may be other specialized advisory services that probably are only available outside, but we can also collaborate and see how we can partner with other entities to provide that support service. So we also provide financing to medium and large scale projects which have a positive impact in the economy, and especially the creation of jobs and opening market for SMEs. For us, when we reviewing the needs for an SME and what attracts us is really not the bottom line, how much profit you are likely to make from this enterprise. It's the impact that your enterprise will make it into the economy. How many jobs are you creating? How much value chains, how many value chains are you developing? If you're in the agro-processing sector, we know that once you take up products from the farmers, you grow their economy, their incomes. So those are the kind of impacts that we look for, not basically just the profit. You may be just one operator, maybe trying to maximize profits. It can be done, but probably leave little impact. So we try to balance the two. Certainly we want a sustainable enterprise, SME, so that we can also avail those resources to other people. But it's not the only consideration. So we also mobilize concessionary funds to support select sectors of focus. This is a program that we run with other development partners, both local and international, to provide funds that are also accessed to SMEs at concessionary rates. So for KDC debt products, we have three broad products. We have what we call project finance. And this is a facility that is suitable for infrastructure and industrial enterprises. If you want to set up a manufacturing facility and install equipment, that is what we call project finance. So we'll work with you along the journey. You may come with only probably basic facilities, probably a piece of land and some little capital. So we'll work with you to construct, if it's the go down, and then import machinery, install, and then also provide working capital. So you don't have to have collateral that's worth the whole of that project when you come to us. So we'll build the collateral with you. So that's what we normally call project finance. So we construct the go down, it becomes the collateral. So we'll build the collateral as we disburse. Your initial investment is what will cover what has been done. Then we'll build together. Working capital, if you already in operation and you need working capital support to buy raw material, enhance your production capacity, we can provide that. We can provide asset finance if you need to buy some specific piece of equipment, which can also be taken as collateral. On the equity side, and this is where we will probably be partnering with NSE in particular, is that I said we can take a stake in your SME once it's ready for, and you're also ready to go out and have other parties investing in your organization. So we do take equity. We prefer not to have the majority stake, so that you do not also lose control. I think that issue of loss of control then is mitigated in that. But it introduces, enhanced governance practices, openness, and ideas, into growing your business. So we'll encourage you to invite specialists, people who can help you to grow the business. And at some point we then exit and deploy that capital to other startups so that it can also grow. So we also have what we call the redeemable preference capital. These are quasi-equity preference capital. It's not exactly debt, it's not secured, it's not exactly equity because you don't take a stake, it's something in between. But this is funds that are provided to you at specific with a defined return, rate and return and investment period horizon. So after that period, you can buy us out, or you can, we can have it taken over by someone else, or you can convert it into equity, or some, in other ways, exit. So those are the financing. Now the unfunded, or what we call advisory services. So we do have feasibility studies for SMEs, business plans, those that we can help you to develop. We also assist, SMEs to fundraise. If you need, funding that sometimes is not available to us, we can structure, your funding proposal and present it to financiers. We do also undertake equity valuation, enterprise valuation. This is a service sometimes required by your financiers, or if you want to have partners, we can assist in doing that. Restructuring and turnaround strategies. If you're facing difficulties in your operations, and you want also to present a credible turnaround, strategy to your financiers to restructure existing facilities, we can assist you to do that. We also do offer corporate secretarial services to SMEs. You don't need to hire, a permanent, company secretary who will only be required maybe 3-4 times in a year. So we can negotiate on a fee. Somebody will come and take minutes and keep your records, file your returns for a small fee. We also do have special funds. As I said, we do mobilize funds for specific programs. We have 2 at the moment that are running. We have a line of credit from Exim Bank of India. This facility is still available. This one enables, especially those who are in manufacturing, to import equipment and machinery from India. And this is extended to SMEs at concessionary rate. We also have another program with the World Bank, which we call DRIVE, which is basically an acronym for de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement for the pastoral economies. This is specifically aimed at counties in the ASO areas and to develop the livestock value chains in those areas. So we did recognize through our partners, World Bank and National Treasury, that these are some of the sectors that face difficulty in accessing capital and funding. And so we have this program that we're running to avail credit and even investment for those players in the livestock value chains. If you want to set up a feed lot, if you want to set up, either aggregation of livestock for export, if it's a slaughterhouse or abattoir, all those other aspects that enhance value chain in the livestock sector. We also have others that are we are working on online. I think those ones, once they probably mature, they will be announced. So maybe those are our key sectors of focus. They are not exclusive, but as guided by government, where we are likely to have the sectors that are more key to the economy. We have manufacturing, tourism, healthcare, energy, the blue economy. Climate change now is a big thing, post-harvest management, and ICT. So through the better value chains, I think we also not losing sight of those sectors that government has also prioritized through the better program. So we have cotton, tea, coffee, edible oils, mining, construction, leather, ice, and dairy. So thank you very much. I think that is our brief for KDC. So we will invite SMEs to partner with us. You're welcome to visit us. Our location is Uchumi House, 17th floor. We are on Aga Khan Walk. And we also available on the web at www.kdc.go.ke, so you can find how to get in touch with us. But for any immediate discussions, we also still have our teams here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Kennedy Wanderu. For the SMEs in the house, this is where the money is coming from. So you had better give a better clap than that one. So, yeah, so thank you very much. That's KDC, one of our partners under the program. We will be letting you know more about that partnership between ourselves and the KDC and many other financiers who are in the room today. In the interest of time, I'd request the speakers who come along to, how do I say this politely? You know what to do, okay. But I kindly request that we observe time so that we stick to the time limits that we've been accorded today. At this point, I would like us to put our hands together for Bwana Francis Theuri. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya. This is one of the case studies that we want to showcase here today to show the new church members, the NSC Church, that it's working. So stay true to the cause, and there's light at the end of the tunnel. Bwana Theuri, please.
Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Bwana Theuri.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is working. When I was young, my grandmother loved stories. So here comes one of the stories from her. So there was this young man who was not married, was single, and was driving along a road that was quite deserted in an early morning. And then all of a sudden saw this young and beautiful lady on the roadside. And he said, how can such a beautiful lady be alone on the road? And then he stopped. And he said, I must give her a lift. This could be my day. And the lady got into the car, And they started driving. And as he was driving, he started thinking about it, and he said, I'm single. This lady looks like she is single. This could be my opportunity. And so they started driving quietly. And what happened? He thought, I think I need to approach this lady. And so he extended his hand, and the lady took the hand back and said, John 14:14. And the guy was confused. He didn't know what to say and what to do. And so they continued, and then he said, I think I need to try again. Let me try and see whether I can put the hand on her shoulders. And he tried, and the lady did not accept and said, John 14:14. And that continued. He tried to do anything possible, but the lady would keep on saying, John 14:14. At a certain point, the lady said, our right here, nimefika. And so the lady alighted, and the gentleman continued with his journey. And he went home very confused, and found the grandmother, and I said, do you know anybody in our neighborhood called John 14:14? And he said, grandson, I think the only John 14:14 I know is in the Bible. So he went for the Bible and came and read John 14:14. And it says, ask and it shall be given. and here is the story of NSC Ibuka, John 14:14. And think about it. We've been there. We've been wanting to raise capital. We've been wanted to be advised and so on and so forth. But we have never said it. All you need to do is John 14:14, and Ibuka will be next to you and supporting you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Francis Theudi. I lead the team in AA Kenya. AA Kenya was started in 1919, 104 years back. Can you imagine? And this is the time we are starting thinking about raising capital. One of my biggest challenge is, I don't know whether you understand the African plight. So we are members of FIA, a global organization that brings together many clubs all over the world. And I happen to be the treasurer of Africa. And so I attend a lot of those events. And I can tell you what happens. The club in Italy will come in, and we're asking, what is your biggest challenge? And they are talking a language that I can't be able to talk. Another club comes in, what is the biggest challenge? So one time I was seated in a meeting like this one next to a gentleman, and we were asking, what are we struggling with in our clubs? And me, I was there saying, I think this is the area I need to be mentored in. And the guy said, my biggest problem is I have so much money, I do not know what to do with it. And we took another 30 minutes discussing that. And what was his problem? The members of the club, or the shareholders, want better return on that money. But he has a lot of money seated idle. And I said, when I grow up, I want to be like them. And so, here is the thing. 2020 comes, COVID comes, and we are almost looking at, going down. We have a lot of our products are related to what the government does, and so on and so forth. And so the government says, all the institutions close down. All the driving schools close down. And that means probably 40% of our business is closing down. And we started asking ourselves, then what? What do we do? And let me tell you, COVID was a very good thing, if you don't know that. We started asking ourselves, how do we continue making an impact in the mobility industry? How do we handle this? And what did we do? We went out for a strategy. And we started asking, we must crack this. We have to do this. And so we developed a very good strategy. And the strategy was allowed diversification to address some of those concentration risks. We went into defining new business lines, new markets, new partnerships. we started thinking about geographical footprints. We wanted to open new 60 branches across the country. Our business, in some cases, you have to have brick and mortar. We want to go regional. I think about 4 or 5 of our clubs in Africa wanted us to go and partner with them. That is in Rwanda, Ethiopia, Namibia. And so we went there. We almost signed. Actually, Namibia came here. They sat with me for 2 weeks, and I signed an agreement that I'm going to partner with them. And that was registered in FIA. I can tell you. Then we started thinking about alternative business channels, the digital products, the innovations, and we had a lot. And we even went to South Africa to benchmark, and we came up with a lot of products that we needed to do. Then, here was the biggest animal. We needed capital to do this. Actually, at that point, we were talking about 5 billion. We didn't know where to get this money from. And I'm saying this because I know we have SMEs here who probably are struggling with the same thing. Where do we get this capital from? We went into discussion. We thought of liquidating our property. We have a property in Nebakasi. We had an offer of about 200 million. But how much do we require? We realized this will not work. We went into, considering debt capital. We went to 3, 4, 5 banks. In one of the banks, I'm a banker by profession. I told the guy, can I be the collateral? You know me. I've been with you. You know when I say I'll pay. He said, Francis, I don't think you can even afford it as AA Kenya. The amount of interest is too high when you calculate that. And so we didn't take that. We started thinking about venture capital, angel investors, partnerships. Who is this who can come in? We couldn't get anybody. Nothing like that could fit in into what we are looking for. Then we thought about capital. But again, we had challenges. And what are the challenges? We were registered in 1919 under the Queen's Act. Actually, if you read our registration certificate, it says we are exempted from registration. We are self-regulating. We do not, file any returns to anybody. We self-regulate ourselves. Why? Because if you remember, I don't know how many in this room would remember, the first roads in East Africa was done by AA Kenya. You remember that? You remember the Nairobi Mombasa road was done by AA Kenya. Some of you don't know the history of this country. Mobility was brought to this country by AA Kenya. The first vehicle in this country, which is still around, was brought by AA Kenya, borrowed from UK, a B3. And so we couldn't be able to even go for equity, because how do we go for equity? The question was, who owns AA? So who do we go to if we want to raise capital through equity? That was something we were not able to define at that point. And so what did we do? We said, I think we got it. We have members. How do we convert the members to be shareholders? Then we started talking about English. Strong words like demutualization started coming in. And let me tell you, it's a big English. We had to go look for, a dictionary to understand what is demutualization. And then I remembered my friend, Jeff, and I said, I think the only company that I know which demutualized is NSC. And so, Jeff, what is demutualization? He said, my brother, come. So he sat down and he explained what is demutualization. And very quickly, he booked me on the Ibuka platform. Let me tell you, we've made many decisions in AA, but that was the best decision we've ever made, joining Ibuka. What happened after that? We started being guided. We were first of all introduced into a panel of experts and consultants. I remember the first training that we came to, because the first thing that we did was being trained. Remind me the name of my friend. Yes. You know, the gentleman took me back to the corporate class. And I was like, I thought I did this in school. Yeah. But now this was practical, you know? The other one was theory. This was practical. And we started realizing now we have the right people. So anyway, the first step was to now start thinking about how do we get to, you know, move from a society to a PLC. And that we were supported by the team that we were given. We had the lawyers that were given by Ibuka. We had transaction advisors in terms of the, you know, people who have the knowledge on how this is done. So, what benefits do we see that we got from Ibuka? To start with, let me just fast forward and say we are now fully demutualized and the business is operating at a newly incorporated Kenya PLC. After demutualization, we started the next step, which is raising capital. We are currently raising capital from our members who are converted into shareholders. We kicked off this last month. We are closing on 27th of November. That is next week but one, I think. And after this, we plan to come into the main market at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. For AA, the milestone we have achieved in the demutualization and the restricted public offer journey over the last 3 years, because it has taken us 3 years, I would only say have been possible or would not have been possible without the immense support of the Nairobi Securities Exchange Ibuka program. The NSC through the Ibuka program has been such a significant contributor to the success of our project. Through this project, when we started, like I said, we were trained. After training, we were given very good advisors. And this is very important. The pricing from those advisors and those consultants was actually negotiated by Ibuka. The agreements were actually reviewed by Ibuka. The signing was witnessed by Ibuka. When one of them would start to think that he wants to add something, I'll call Jeff very quickly and say, can you negotiate this for me? And then when they hear ex-Jeff, they say, okay, let's finish with this. So, yes, we had the lead transaction advisor, who is a very good company. Maybe I don't have to mention names. We had our legal advisors, we had PR agencies, we had reporting accountants, we had tax agents, and the journey was very successful. We formed a steering committee and started meeting regularly. We started very high-level engagement. I remember one time we got into trouble with CMA. Out of not knowing, we did a billboard in town center. And it was a very innocent billboard in our opinion. We didn't know it was a problem. And the following day, I was summoned by CMA. And I went there and I told them, I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was committing an offense. But what was quite interesting is that the whole of the Ibuka team joined me in that meeting, and the boardroom was full. And they were all like, yes, we agree the billboard could have said something that we are not supposed to say, but we don't think that he did that intentionally. I don't think he knew. And I think NIC had nothing else but to agree that, yes, a mistake happened, but it's a genuine mistake. It was not intentional. And so we got out of that hook, and now the Capital Markets Authority joined us in terms of supporting us and guiding us in terms of what need to be done. And it was quite easy now when we wanted to raise capital for us to get the approval from CMA, because they already knew what we are doing, they've been part of this, and so the journey was also very easy. We were assisted to resolve all the issues that we had, including legal, tax, regulatory. Our books were audited again and converted from SME accounting to the full IFRS. We were cleaned up. Our systems were cleaned up. Jevan team came in and looked at our governance structures, and they actually prepared us for the public and for the investors. After that, we restructured our organization. We adopted new business models, and actually, our company was improved. Today, we look at the future with a smile, and we are happy. And for the SMEs who are in this room and operating at this, I hear a lot of people talking about VUCA. You know, very volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment. I think what I can advise you, you need somebody to walk with you this journey. And Kaidri, my request, join Ibuka and just emerge. This is the time to do it. It's affordable. They will incubate you and accelerate your growth. They will prepare you for the investor. They will in a customized way. They will expose you to panels of advisors and consultants who provide you with the expected advisory services. And I can tell you, you can only thank me later. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish we could give a standing ovation to NSC Ibuka team. And just give them a standing ovation. Thank you very much.
I really pity the next speaker because I don't know what's more to be said after that. But if you're not going to take anything away from this, just take John 14:14 and then put NSC Ibuka at the end, okay? Yeah? So guys, church is in session. This church is working. So, and that's, thank you very much, Bonatheuri. That was very generous of you. So I think we will, again, time, but I think that was really a good story to hear so that you see how the NSC program actually takes a very detailed and careful view to working with you throughout the journey. So John 14:14, if we were a football team, the NSC would be Liverpool, which means you will never walk alone, okay? Championships aside and everything else aside. Anyway, moving on swiftly, I'd like to invite the next speaker, which is our Chief Business Officer, Ms. Mbithe Mwema, and she's going to give us an overview of the Ibuka program, the NSC Connect platform, as well as conduct a short panel session on with the financiers, and they will be really talking about some of the investment considerations that financiers take into account and what that process looks like, so that then for the SMEs who are looking to walk this journey, you get an overview of what that process looks like. But as Bonatheuri said, it's worthwhile, it's easy, and it's saucy.
Thank you so much for that gift. Since we're in church, I also have a verse to add on. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you. And when we stand here today, we're very excited because I joined the NSC about 18 months ago. And my CEO told me, Mbithe, Ibuka ni yako, figure it out. So we had started Ibuka in 2019. We had a lot of launch events, but we had a bit of a struggle in terms of getting the right companies in the place, and more importantly, getting the requisite financing. My background is in investment banking, so I think the moment that I came in, I just took my corporate finance skills and said, this is how a transaction is done. You meet the company, you meet the management team, you organize everything, you even give them non-deal roadshows to see whether the investment would be bankable and worthwhile. So we actually took that and we replicated it. So when we stand here today, I mean, I really just give thanks to God and give thanks to all of you for trusting us with this process. I'll be walking you through what this particular NSC Connect is about, and also about the ecosystem of partners that we've been able to work with so that we can come to this point of fruition. Largely because of time, I will share the slides with you after this. But typically, this is the cycle that an SME goes through. And it was important for us to articulate this, because what we did initially is we had all sorts of SMEs and startups coming to us, and whereas there's a lot of capital available for them, by virtue of being in the capital markets, we tend to be on the tail end of companies that are looking to exit, or companies that already have a scalable opportunity set that provides growth and returns for investors, because ultimately investors are always looking for a return and will compare what they get in the markets and in these opportunities with other investable opportunities. That said, then our Ibuka program comes in to either incubate you or accelerate you. From the cohorts that we have today, which we'll be presenting to you later on, some of them are ready, and they're already saying we have a board, we want to raise capital. Those are the firms that we take to the accelerator board, and of these ones, some of them have actually come out and they've articulated their funding needs. So as we go through the graduation, they'll be able to say, we're looking for 400 million for XYZ, we're looking for 300 million to do other things. And through this Ibuka program and the NSC Connect, we've been able to do the first level of due diligence to be able to present them to you. What we've noticed is at least the majority of the firms that we speak with are in the middle category of the incubator board. They're in the space where, yes, they do want to move forward, they're thinking about legacy, but then corporate governance, institutional structures are probably something that they need to work on. I like what Mr. Francis said. He came to us 5 years ago from Ibuka, and through that journey, he came up, set up his board, set up his audited accounts and what have you. So we do have a category of companies that are there, and using our ecosystem of advisors, then we take them through that. But what we've done this time round is we actually have a detailed needs assessment so that we can articulate what you need to do and help you come up with work plans on what success would look like and what milestones you would need to go through for the year. Initially, our vetting process was very manual. So we'd come and see you, talk to you, appreciate how your company looks like, evaluate whether you have your audited accounts, and really just do all of your typical due diligence. And then once we're comfortable with that, we would administer you to the Ibuka program. Now we realized this was untenable, and we went back to the drawing board and asked ourselves, what can we do to automate this process? And what can we actually do to extend this and eventually come up with an investment score akin to what we have with the credit scoring when people are accessing debt? We went back to the drawing board and we came back with the NSC Connect. And what NSC Connect does, it then allows the companies to come in, put in their financial statements, put in their CR12 statements, where we can be able to do a first level of evaluation of their corporate governance, their financials, as well as their sustainability in terms of what their future outlook looks like. Second thing this platform does, it allows the advisors, the lawyers, the accountants, the transaction advisors to evaluate and see what opportunities are there. And the most important part, it connects them to funding partners, where financiers come in and say, I'm interested in manufacturing opportunities. They get an opportunity to see this. In summary, NSC Connect provides visibility, acceleration, and capital raising, and it connects everybody together. And the most interesting thing about this platform is this slide that you see here. So when a financier comes onto the platform, you're able to get an overview of what sectors are represented on the platform. And we like this platform because it actually goes a step further and it gives you a regional analysis. In the presentations that we'll be making today for funding calls, we have opportunities from Migori, we have opportunities from Embu, we have opportunities from Machakos. We realized when we were doing this literally as a physical session, we were a bit limited because our reach was, we could only go so far as being in Nairobi. But this technological innovation that we brought in as NSC takes us beyond our borders in the county of Nairobi and allows us to go out there. So that's the most exciting thing. It also allows us to harness these professional skills and consultants from areas beyond Nairobi. We're able to speak to people in Marsabit, able to speak to people in Turkana, and as we're having these conversations, then we're also able to embrace what are the funding needs and how are these companies in other areas structured. And finally, as we also engage with financial partners, we'll be able to appreciate what are their funding needs. Some of them, we've gone to them, they've said ESG is important to us. We then factor that as part of our evaluation criteria. Some of them will say, we want to finance women in business that are doing certain industries, perhaps even manufacturing. We would then be able to factor that in. Others will come and say, we're only looking for debt opportunities. Others, even as will come into our panel, will say we are offering invoice discounting opportunities as well as asset purchases. So we are able to factor this into the platform and provide all the opportunities. But I think the greatest linkage it's given us is access to financial partners, because now they can come in, have visibility of these opportunities, and the idea for us, and rather success for us, is for them to be able to close. As I invite my panelists, this is an overview of some of the partners that we've been able to engage. So today's session, we've started off with an overview of where we are at and the partners that we're working with KEPSA, working with KDC, having a testimonial from Ibuka. But what we have actually done are three very important things for your benefit. The first thing that I appreciated, we did not have the right set of SMEs. So we asked ourselves, who knows SMEs best? We know of, but we don't understand them. KEPSA knows SMEs. CAM knows SMEs. Retruck knows SMEs. Can Invest knows SMEs. Stanford knows SMEs. We went to all these entities and we said, we would like to work with you, talk to your ecosystem about fundraising on the NSC. And once we do that, if there are companies that are interested in raising capital, we'd like to then invite them to come and spend some time with us as we prepare them for raising capital and move forward. I think this has been the greatest success for us. We've signed MOUs with these firms so that we can be able to ensure that the quality of SMEs that we're bringing in are not SMEs in isolation. They're actually SMEs that are coming through this. So we're very excited about that. On the extreme side of this slide, we have also our financiers. The other challenge we appreciated, and the SMEs, the first day they come to us is, where can I get money? So we are normally told, kizungu ni nyingi. You guys hear that a lot, isn't it? We're telling you demutualize, we're telling you corporate governance. Guys, I'm like, you should show me the money first. But unfortunately for us in the capital markets, there's a whole process. So what we appreciated is we need to get the requisite financing partners who we say will be able to do this diagnosis for you, first level technical due diligence, and we want you to then come and be able to screen for opportunities. And if you find something that's worthwhile, we'd like to be able to partner with you. On that basis, we've had our inaugural conversations with KDC. Actually, one of our companies here has had a non-deal conversation with KDC. Non-deal means there's no commitment or obligation to invest, but you're able to come and present that opportunity and say, would this be of interest? And that has been very instrumental for us. We've also partnered with the House of Procurement. House of Procurement facilitates invoice discounting and equipment purchasing, and they've come to us and they're saying, Bithe, we are ready. Give us an opportunity. Who's looking for 100 million? How do we finance them? They'll be able to enumerate on that. We're having ongoing conversations with EU Adolfo, who will be part of this panel. And as we're having those conversations, we're saying, Adolfo, there are great opportunities for SMEs in Kenya. We are in the capital market and in the business of linking capital with opportunities. What can we do? And he's helping us appreciate, for the entities that he represents, what is their investment criteria? How does a bankable opportunity look like so that we can start to attract that? We have also been engaging with the Fund Management Association as well as UPTAC, and our call to the pension industries to say, how can we get an allocation going to the SMEs? 1%, even 0.5% of your portfolios. And we're saying we want to be able to partner with long-term patient capital that can be able to price in and take in risks for SMEs so that we can be able to grow these businesses and scale them beyond the borders of Kenya. We're also working with the KEPFIC, the Kenya Pension Funds Investment, and they've been doing fundraising for infrastructure projects. We want to work with them and focus on SMEs. So all the work that we're doing today is ensuring that we originate quality SMEs to you. We ensure that they actually get to meet the requisite advisors, and we want to be able to give a good rate. And actually our focus is let's all get paid upon success. And then once we've done with that, we want to have the requisite financial partners. And without further ado, I'll invite my panelists to come up on board as we briefly unpack what are the kind of investments would they want to put money in, would they consider, and what is a bankable opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for my first panelist, Mr. Paul Mwai, who's the Vice Chairman of the NSC, but also the Chief Executive Officer of AIB Access. Thank you so much. I have Mr. Adolfo Sires, who's the Program Manager for the European Union Delegation to the Republic of Kenya. Welcome, Adolfo. I have Ms. Sonia Kalsa, who's the Head of Operations at Greenhouse Capital. Let's put our hands together for her. And I have last but not least, Mr. Bernard Adote, who's the Chief Executive Officer of House of Procurement. Thank you. So for Mr. Adote, as we start off the panel, I'll ask him to give the opening remarks, and then I'll go to the panel conversation, and you'll help me with mics for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbithe. Good morning, everyone. So House of Procurement, we are a group of companies. We have interest in procurement and logistics, media and entertainment. We're in education, manufacturing and assembly, micro lending and micro leasing. We work with the various, I think there's a company here that we've invested in, and we are interested in investing in more. But more so, Mbithe asked me to speak about invoice discounting, which is post-performance. This is where you've already delivered and performance has been accepted. So for certain pre-vetted large local corporations, multinational corporation and state-owned enterprises, we are able to discount your invoice, taking purely the risk of that corporation. But I also want to add that we are also able to support on pre-performance, which I think is the most demanded, where you have a contract, you have a PO, you have a project, and you need funding to execute. We are able to support either through funding or also supporting to ensure performance happens. Because the biggest risk is not only the credit risk, but the performance. So I give you the contract, but you can't deliver, then there will be no invoice to discount. Then on equipment finance, we support SMEs for equipment directly linked to their revenue. So if you are a coffee or a restaurant, you're a coffee shop, we give you a coffee machine. If you're a dentist, it's a dental chair. So that is directly linked to your income, but also it should be equipment that has ready secondary market. So just in case we have a problem in performance, we're able to deploy it to the next SME. So we'll discuss much more, but these are the few things that we do. Thank you, Mbithe.
Thank you so much. Do we have another mic? Okay, it's coming. So I'll start with Mr. Paul Mwai. He's in the investment industry. Maybe, Paul, you can help us understand. As we're talking about financing, before I go to what could get or attract financing, what does a bankable opportunity look like from where you stand? And also help us appreciate what have you been able to do through Ibuka, because you've been able to structure and work with some of the opportunities today. Thank you, and over to you, Mr. Mwai.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So, what are investors looking for in what they invest in? That's the fundamental question. So one of the things that investors are looking for is for a good story, but not just a good story, a good growth story. Investors want to finance growth. And what happens sometimes with, and one of the things they are hesitant to finance is working capital. So what we see a lot happening is that investors use their working capital to finance growth, and then when they dry up their working capital, they come for financing. And then at that point, then investors are like, no. So it is very important for investors to balance their financing needs as they grow, so that they are at any point what you call a bankable proposition. They have maintained their working capital through their growth phase, and they have used the right kind of capital, whatever. And that's why programs like Ibuka are important, because it's a journey that you walk together with. The other thing that investors look for is a good business model. And I have seen stories or companies saying we have raised so much money from whatever. But when you look at their business model and try to work out what product, what service, whatever is it needed in the market, you can't quite tie your hands around it. So it is important that your business model is practical, it is simple, and it is something that is relatable and scalable. So that's very important. The third part is governance, and I know governance is very wide and very important, but to put it very simple, in a very, very practical way, you want me to give you your money. Maybe I don't know you. I have no history of how you whatever. So if you have people in your board who have a good track record of integrity, and people who are knowledgeable, because I've seen people who have integrity, but you can tell that they are on the board, but you're not sure whether they will be able to safeguard your assets from a knowledge perspective. So it is very important that you get governance, because now I'm giving you your money, I'm giving you my money. I can say, I know Jeff, he has been a banker or whatever for so many years, and nowhere have I had anything of integrity against him. And I also know that he's knowledgeable. So once you have those kind of people on your board, on a governance, and there are many other benefits of governance, which I might not go into today, but that's a very important aspect of what investors look for to make your company bankable or investable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll come to Adolfo. Adolfo, I know you work with different investors. You also have done a lot when it comes to SME across the continent. We have been engaging for the last 1 year and talking about SMEs and Ibuka. From where you stand, how can people or the investors from the EU connect to opportunities in Ibuka or SMEs in Kenya? And what are the considerations that would come at play for such a conversation and engagement? Thank you, and over to you, Adolfo.
Yeah. Thank you, Ambita. Good morning to everyone. Thank you also for the invite. Before I go into that question, this is not working? Yes? Okay, yes, sorry. Maybe I have to put it closer to my mouth. Anyhow, before I go into answering that question, I wanted to share something with you. You know, some people will be asking, what is the European Union doing sitting here, actually, you know? What is this guy going to talk to us about? So, you know, actually there was a kind of image survey on development partners. And I would say, not surprisingly, the European Union was related to human rights projects and NGOs, you know. And then when, for example, China, the image of China is more about investing, developing infrastructure, etc., you know. So, in fact, yes, we are associated somehow with other kind of programs, but things have changed in the last years, you know, because I would say, especially from the year 2019, when the European Union launched globally the external investment plan, we have now a number of other instruments that we didn't have before. Because traditionally we have been giving money to governments, grants to NGOs, money to UN. Now we have more and more kind of instruments that they are for investment, and this is actually in place since 2019. So we have now a number of instruments, especially in the continent of, in the African continent, where there is a lot of need for capital mobilization, and that is what we have been working from 2019. So we have that, and not only as European Union office or European Union delegation, now we're working as Team Europe, what we call Team Europe. And my friend Gif was talking about Liverpool, and I'm not a supporter of Liverpool, but it's okay, I'm from Spain, so I have my own team. But we're working as a team, and that means that we try to work as a team, all member states. And the European Union now is 27 member states. So we have different member states, we have different agencies, and also we have different development banks. In fact, some of the Team Europe members of Team Europe Kenya investing in companies, some of them are here. My colleague from FMO is here. FMO is a Dutch development finance institution. So we're working more and more as a Team Europe trying to mobilize capital. I just shared with Ibuka program a mapping that we just did recently on what are the different programs and different investments that Team Europe has here in Kenya. And that is mainly related to incubation, acceleration, but also capital mobilization for investments in SMEs. Sometimes directly from the DFIs, from the development finance institutions that are part of Team Europe, sometimes are private equity funds or venture capital funds that they are participated or invested by us. We are limited partners in a number of funds that they are investing in companies in Kenya. So that is a little bit the background. We have changed. We are not so much on human rights or providing capital to government, but we have moved now into how we can support investment in companies. That is in general. Then as specific, more specific actions that we have been doing, eventually not only in Kenya, but also in other countries. I mean, we trying to find a way to capitalized companies. And we're looking for that. I mean, we're looking for interesting companies to invest in many different sectors. Traditionally, we have been working in the agribusiness sector, manufacturing, because agribusiness is very much related to value addition, and that is the kind of manufacturing that we see in the region. But we're moving into many different sectors. We're moving into recycling, climate adaptation, investments, and otherwise, with different kind of instruments. Sometimes we work through the banks by providing line of credits to banks, but we also, as I mentioned before, we are limited partners in private equity funds. So we are open for more investments. We're looking for more companies, and obviously availability of capital is one of the things that we're working on.
Thank you so much for that. I'll come to Sonia. Please tell us a little bit about green capital. How do you deploy investment, and what would be an opportunity that you would be keen to explore in Kenya when we're talking about SMEs? Thank you, and over to you.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. So I represent Greenhouse Capital. We are a venture capital firm that has already deployed about $15 million across 50 companies. We've also incubated about 12 companies that have revenues of $2 to $3 million each. So essentially what we would look for is from the tech realm, things like whether or not the company is in a market that can be scaled. So similar to what Paul said, we need to make sure that that market has good unit economics, and with the business model in place, it is scalable. The second thing we look for is making sure that the founders have the grit and the expertise needed to ride these storms within the business cycle. And also if they have the tenacity to allow, or rather the flexibility to allow advisors to come in and help, right? Because what we find is that sometimes founders have a lot of conviction and they don't necessarily listen to advisors. So that flexibility is needed in the kind of companies we look at. The next thing would definitely be governance. It's already tapped into in many of these conversations we've had, but I'd like to take it from the tech angle, where we're actually now looking at trying to get information in real time. So because we're very tech focused, we understand that that information can be received in real time. So we would like companies that are either already digitally governed or are willing to be digitally governed, and we can provide our expertise over there. So generally speaking, when we look at all this, we do come in from the tech angle specifically. So all the companies we have invested in are either fintech or fintech enabled, which are essentially real sector companies that have a lens of financial technology. But in terms of sectors, we're also looking to check out logistics as well, and health companies that obviously have the angle of tech. I know I've said tech like 10,000 times now. I hope you get the point. But yeah, that's primarily where we're aiming to invest.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Bernard, you've already given us an overview of the kind of companies and what you actually do. I know we've come to you as NSC. Maybe you can enumerate on working with NSC Connect. Is there something specific that you would be looking for? Or if anything, what kind of documentation would you need uploaded so that you can be able to evaluate and make an investment decision?
Thank you, Peter. So when an SME has either a contract or an invoice, obviously with the NSC Connect, there will be as much KYC as possible collected. It's good for the SME to provide as much information as possible, because you never know who is looking in terms of location, what business you're doing, your registration, and keep on updating. If they don't have a tax compliance, they go update the tax compliance. If they don't have policies, they go update. It must not be mandatory, but to have a robust KYC that can be updated over time. And then eventually the SME wins a contract or delivers. Then when they win the contract, they will upload the contract or even the letter of award. And then we look at the risk from the person who have awarded them, or the risk of the person who has the invoice. Obviously, we need collaboration from this large local corporation, the multinationals and the state-owned enterprises, to be able to undertake to make payment on the due date. If it's pre-performance, then we look at if we can take the risk and guarantee performance. We have something called Trade Secure, where we say trade without fear. We'll import it for you, manage the logistics, and deliver on your behalf to ensure performance is done, because then you can deliver and quality is rejected, you never get paid. If it's post-performance, is the confidence we have that the anchor corporate or the anchor buyer will pay on the due date. That's the only risk that we look at. We also need to ensure that performance actually happened, so that there's also the risk of fraud. You can generate an invoice and then performance never happened. So the anchor buyer must confirm performance happened and they have accepted the invoice. But as the SME continues to grow and continues to deliver pre and post, they should be able also now to take over actually doing the business and performing and graduate out of that program. On equipment, it will be the same, only that now we need to see how we link your cash flows to that particular equipment and how critical the equipment is to your business. Because if it's not critical, you can choose not to pay for it. But if it's critical to your business thriving, then you strive to make payments and generate revenue from that equipment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think we're really pressed on time. So what I would suggest, I can take 2 questions, especially from the SME cohorts that were in training or from anybody else, and then I'll welcome my panelists to give me their concluding remarks. If I can get any question, we have a roving mic. Any questions? Oh. Okay, there's a question there. You'll introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is David Chengo. I'm from Rentco, Africa, and we've really enjoyed our the program, Ibuka. My question would be to Greenhouse. At what point, perhaps, would you be looking at an MVP? Because what happens is that we do get a lot of inquiry in terms of people, even in the tech space. Perhaps they want to lease equipment. So how? At what point do you invest?
Thanks.
Yeah.
So generally, we actually invest in pre-seed and seed companies. So right now, we are looking at post-revenue companies, but we have enough advisors, we have enough experience to help you get there as well. Specifically for the Ibuka program, however, we're looking at folks who have matured a little much. So I'm talking Series B. But again, we can have a conversation for sure, because outside Ibuka, we could definitely do pre-seed and seed. Does that help? Okay.
Hi, my name is Vincent Milewa. I'm the MD of Down to Earth Technologies. Just food for thought, and something that I think for the panelists and NSC to discuss and think about. I hear a lot about collateral equipment. I'm in IT, and we've been discussing with banks on financing. We are doing some mega projects. How do you quantify IP? IT companies do not have equipment. We do not hold a lot of assets, but we hold a lot of intellectual property. And how is that measured? Because a lot of times we go to financiers, they, oh, do you have land somewhere? Do you have? So we've had a few financiers who have been kind enough to look at your experience, and that experience, of course, ties to your performance. And in IT, that is what is always most important, as in the experience, the kind of stuff that you have to be able to deliver the projects. So this talk of equipment and collateral, how do we start decoupling from it and looking at IP?
Thank you so much for that question. Let me take that one. So for our financing partners, it's varied. We have debt investors, we have equity investors, we also have invoice discounting investors who are looking at collateral, who need collateral for that. For now, technology, we actually have a convening on Monday where we're talking to tech companies to then appreciate how their funding needs would be very different. But when we talk about debt in our capital markets, it doesn't actually need collateral. If you take on corporate debt, you actually take on debt, you pay principal after 5 years, every 6 months you pay interest. that does not require collateral. It will actually look at your business from a bankability perspective with regards to are you able to generate revenues. So there are different conversations that are ongoing, and we'll certainly take this up with you offline just to be able to articulate that. But we've actually been engaging with the tech world, and we'd invite you to come for that convening on Monday. But maybe I can also hand it over to the panel. I don't know, Paul, if you'd like to chime into that as well. Okay.
Yes, so I think, yes, IP is always a very difficult thing to put on evaluation for many people, because at the end of the day it's what you are going to generate in the future in terms of revenue and cash flow from that IP. That's what people are looking for. But so long as you can demonstrate that ability to use that IP, then I think investors are willing to give you a listen.
Great, thank you. So I'll take the closing remarks from our panelists. But for us, what was very important is, as we're coming up with the NSE Connect, we are getting the right companies through the different associations. We are then connecting these companies to the right advisors, whether it's investment bankers, whether it's lawyers, whether it's accountants. And then finally, we are using our positioning to be able to get strategic financial partners who can be able to give you a fast look and be able to consider putting money into that. These are some, but not all of the financing partners that we are working with, and we are very excited. So I'll ask them for their final remarks, and I'll ask you, munipatie makofi ya kilo, because this is where the money comes in. Not now. Just prepare, isn't it? Thank you so much. Let me take the final remarks, but they'll also be here to be able to engage with you as we continue through the networking sessions. I'll start with Mr. Paul Mwai.
Okay, thank you, Bide. I think let me give my remarks by putting a pitch for the companies out here to give Ibuka a try. It is an opportunity for you to get expert advice at affordable level and guidance through the financing journey, so that you are able to get it right and come through in the best way. So please don't waste these opportunities. We have quite a number of experts in the room who have done this before. We've been able to work with quite a number of companies here, and they can give you their testimonials of how Ibuka work. You heard from Theuri. We have Mr. John Rabah there from Homeboys, who was the first listed company from Ibuka, proving that it works. So for me, is give us a chance, and we know we can make this. And also just to allow the team at NSE, I think we are seeing a new Ibuka, a new phase that is much more practical and more aggressive. So well done, Bide.
Thank you. Thank you. Alonso, thank you so much for that, Mr. Moy.
Yeah, this one this is working, huh? Yes. Yeah, I will pick on what I was mentioning before. From our side, we did a mapping of what we are supporting here, and the amounts that came out were actually bigger than what we expected, because we are supporting incubation acceleration. Those are sometimes programs that obviously you have to put money that it doesn't come back, but we also have a number of investments done through the capital market, so through the private equity funds. So the amount that came out for Kenya only, as Team Europe, was 400 million. 400 million euro that is available for supporting companies. So we're looking to deploy that. I mean, we're looking for opportunities to deploy all this money from all the different partners of Team Europe. And in addition to that, as part of the change I mentioned before, the European Union now have different kind of financial instruments to guarantee, I mean, to reduce the risk of investments. We know Kenya is a very promising country in many ways, and we want to invest more money. We also have to balance the risk of investing. And that's what we have now. We have a number of guarantees that we are deploying in our European Development Finance institutions, that at the same time they deploy either in companies or private equity funds. And that is where the connection with the Ibuka program for us it becomes very relevant. You prepare companies, you work with companies to get ready to deal either directly with development banks or people like you or like Paul. They have already explained what they are looking for, so I don't need to stress it anymore because they know better than us. But that is the connection. You have a number of companies that are looking for capital. We have capital. We are trying to de-risk it, and the connection is there. So looking forward to continue working with you. Congratulations for today, and yeah, looking forward to continue. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alonso. Sonia, please give us your closing remarks as well.
Thanks. I think the only thing I will recommend, aside from everything that everyone has said, is when you look at technology, I think it seems a little scary. You know, you have some companies that are tech-focused, tech-first, but every company can actually become a technology company, if you think about it. Your finances, your HR management, your communications, every single bit of processes that are behind the scenes use technology. Right? So I don't want you to, I want you to not be scared about technology and actually approach advisors like us, and there's quite a number of venture capitals or even incubators that can assist you with that. And if you do that, you can actually build your capacity. And that's the whole purpose of technology. It's a support system. So just with that, I'd also like to congratulate you. Now this is incredible. I'm very excited to continue engaging. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Mr. Bernardo Dote, for your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Mbite. Mine is to encourage you to connect more closely with the NAC. We are looking to work much more closer. We just, in a couple of weeks ago, finalized raising a significant amount of funds that we intend to deploy for pre-performance, post-performance equipment finance through NAC Connect. We are also happy that we are part of an Ibuka. So it works, and also we are looking to list an ETF, Royal Mint Gold, working with Paul. So we'll be continuing working very closely with the NAC and looking for organizations we can partner with across our ecosystem of offerings. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. I thought I was getting funding for Ibukas. You've also met my KPI. I have a listing. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel of financial partners, I'll ask you to be upstanding as we give you a token of appreciation and as our audience claps for you. Mnakumbuka makofi ya kilo. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. And we'll ask our photographers to come and do present a picture. All right, back to you, Gil.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our Chief Business Officer and that able panel. I think for the SMEs, we're now beginning to connect where the money is coming from, what investors are looking for, and I hope that that panel then was very insightful. So that's the long journey that Ibuka has come, and as you've heard, we are going into another phase that's going to be more aggressive, more welcoming, and we hope to continue working this journey with you. Now we'll move on very quickly into the next session. With me here, I have one of our business development managers, Brian Diga, who's actually been the point man on the platform. So I want us to quickly walk us through what NSC Connect does. Remember again, our hashtag on Twitter is NSC Connects. The platform is NSC Connect. The hashtag is NSC Connects, and you can add churches in session there if you like. So he will be giving us an overview of the platform, and then he will have a brief panel to actually to tell us more about the collaborations with SME via the capital markets.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Gift. And it's very nice to see all of you here today. Now, if this is a church session, where we are now is we are at the point of taking the communion, right? You've already listened to all the preachings. Now it's the practical bit. How you connect the NSE in your life. What you're seeing in front of you today is the live platform that is actually live. A number of the companies that are with you here today, this is the funding need that they have put on there. And you can see it's very impressive. Within this 5-week cohort program that we've been going through, we have already managed to get good companies that are looking for a funding need of in excess of 2 billion Kenya shillings. Now, that is a rallying call to that is a rallying call to the financiers in the room and also to the investors in the room, because what we have here today is a platform that is actually linking all these ecosystems together. I'll just go through a quick overview of some of the key modules of this. So you can see here we have different stages. The different stages basically implying the different levels where these companies are in terms of being screened by the platform. I'll just click this basic stage so that I'm sure you've been interacting amongst each other. You'll see some familiar names up here. So here, I think Down to Earth Technology spoke earlier. We can see here we have these companies, they've onboarded their details. Critically, we can see that they come from different regions in the country. We actually have SMEs here today that have come all the way from Eldoret, and they're with us here today, which is something that wouldn't, ideally, we wouldn't be interacting with them on a day-to-day basis. However, through the convening power that we've brought on board through our ecosystem of partners, such as these member associations, we have these companies here. Another thing I'd like to highlight is just the different sectors that these companies play in. You can see we have technology companies, companies in manufacturing, agriculture, which is the backbone of our economy, and also in the retail and services space. Now, these companies are curated, and on the other end, we also have financiers who are attuned to financing these particular types of companies. So we had earlier today that Greenhouse Capital typically looks at technology companies. That is a forte that financiers, a particular kind of financiers, has the capability to do, and that's why we are bringing them on board so that they can actually get to view these enterprises and get to have these conversations with them. So I'll just highlight that, and then as we go on, you'll also see the different levels of the companies, even in the advanced and intermediate stage. Maybe I'll just also do a shout out to one of our Ibuka companies that are in an active stage of going through the processes. You know, in the sessions earlier today, we had from AA Kenya, who are in the process of it. Later today, we'll also hear from Homeboys, who have gone it and done it. But we also have others in the various stages. So we have Taraji here in the room. We also have ACK Junior, the educational side, which we feel is an area that we need to expand our horizons to, because as you may know, we need education sector boards, even in our main markets and even in our gem segments. Now, let me just highlight something. What you're seeing now is how an analyst views this platform. So on top of the added dashboard that you get to view, and the dashboard, just to highlight, sorry, the dashboard also, you'd get to view the funding need of these companies and where they're coming from. It will also break down to you the sector analysis as well as the regional analysis. Maybe something else that I should also highlight here is that, especially for the tech companies, there are some that are, yes, domiciled in Kenya, but do have operations across East Africa. And that is why we are very keen on also partnering with these finance associations that are playing into all these markets, because we find that the tech companies are actually quoting some of their funding needs in dollars because of the need of them expanding into all these other regions. Now, as an analyst, you know, or as an advisor to these companies, sometimes this conversation is usually a lengthy one. Why? Because you get to have the first meeting with the company. First, you're getting to understand about this company. By the time you even get to the financials of the company, it's already 2 weeks down the line, or even months later, is when you can start having those concrete conversations. So we are saying on this system, as an advisor, before even these applications come to your desk, first, they've already been screened by the system. Secondly, you can get to view a bit more details about these companies. I'll just pick on one, and I know they're in the room. Sorry, I won't display your ratios for too long. But as an advisor, you can get to view some of the ratios of this company. I'm doing that live, and you can see as they come up on board, you can get to view some of these ratios. Even as you're having these conversations, this is information that you already have from the onset. You can get to view a lot more detail about these companies. That they have uploaded their financial statements, the corporation documents, as well as their governance structure. So the benefit that we are seeing with this system is that, one, the system is giving you a score. For the enterprises, they're being scored on their corporate governance, on their existing financials, and on their projected financials, as well as a new score that will be introduced for ESG capacity. And then as an advisor, you get to walk with them the journey. Now at least you have a level of engagement where you know where these companies are as a start. And then after that, through the advisory process, you can get to help them as they're putting together their listing statement, and then get to showcase them to the financiers. Now the benefit to the financiers in the room is, on top of the input that you get from the companies that are on this platform, you get to have one, the score of the company from the platform, the score from the advisor, as well as now the input that will also come on board through the company incorporating these documents. So you can see the different layers of due diligence that go into the various stages of this platform, just so that we can ensure that across all the different stages, at least by the time these applications are coming to the financier, they're coming first in an orderly manner, in an organized manner, and also in a manner that can help fast track those conversations to capital raise. So that is the high-level highlight. I'm sure a lot of you here are already familiar on the system. You saw a couple of names that are already here, people already interacting with it. So this is a call to action as well for the other Ibuka companies that are also coming on board. On this platform, we can enable that connection between the enterprise, the financier, and the advisor, so that these conversations can be as smooth as possible. So with that in mind, then I'll introduce my very interesting panel session today. And this panel session will largely talk on how, we've mentioned how the system does the due diligence, but actually there's another level of due diligence that comes before these companies are coming on the system. And that's why we say we are having our origination partners. These are basically the member associations that work with SMEs, know them, and they've been working with them for quite some time, that we are partnering with, such that we can have that conversation through these member associations, where the enterprises from the associations that are actually looking to raise this capital will then come on board and then start the screening process through this new technology platform. So I'll invite then my panelists, and as they come on board, we can just be interacting with the system. I'm sure you have the links from where you sit, especially for the enterprises, so that you can just see the different modules that are there. All right, so I'll introduce Timothy Odongo, head of KEPSA. We'd also have Job Wanjohi of CAM and Leonard Mudachi of Retrack. So as they come to the panel, I'll just be running through the dashboard so that we're all familiar with the companies, such that even when we are at the stage where we are having the interactions, you can get to have the interactions knowing that they've been screened by the platform. Excellent. So maybe I'll ask all of them just to make a brief opening remark before we go to the questions panel. Starting with Timothy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brian. I'm happy to be here today. My name is Timothy Odongo, working for KEPSA as the head of the Business Hub. And we are quite delighted to partner with you, and congratulations to the team.
Good morning. My name is Job Wanjohi. I'm the head of policy research and advocacy at Kenya Association of Manufacturers. First is to congratulate NSC and the team for Ibuka program. At least we're in charge, and we have had the testimony of what Ibuka is doing to companies, the conversion that is happening, the hand holding that is happening in terms of access to capital, and also to the graduates today. Thank you so much. I'm going to make further remarks thereafter.
Good morning to you all. My name is Leonard Mudachi. I'm here as the chairman of the Retail Trade Association of Kenya. And we've had a partnership that is actually moving quite fast with the NSC and the Ibuka program. We have a few of our members who have joined, and a few are on their way to listing. So we look forward to this engagement because capital has been a huge problem for all of us, despite the fact that we are a significant portion of the economy as retailers. We still have significant challenges in accessing capital. And what excites us the most about the NSC coming to the party is that they diversify the risk, or they diversify the portfolio of capital sources. As you are aware, in this market, we have had very limited sources of capital. Most people think that capital is only available from banks, and this has been a frustration for many of us in the industry, and we look forward to this changing with this partnership. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Maybe what Leonard should have also added is that he's also an enterprise in this NSC Connect system. So yeah, here he is in a different hat. Now, maybe the first question will be to Timothy. Since KEPSA is the umbrella body of member associations, perhaps over the years, have you seen what has been your take on how the SME funding need has been changing, or have you seen any different trends towards how that has been progressing?
Thank you so much, Brian. Now, looking at the MSA financing trends over the years and looking at the evolution over the years, I will basically say that there's not much change throughout the years. However, what has changed the processes and the options available. These have significantly altered. Now, if you will appreciate the bargaining power that the SMEs normally have due to their small size, they don't have much bargaining power when they normally transact or when they're normally faced in this procurement or these business cycles. They often have to pay first. But as much as they pay first, unfortunately, they are the last to be paid, and the payment, basically the credit period takes quite some time, 3 to 6 months at some point. Now, if you look at the traditional retrospect, banks have basically been the traditional lending or financing partners in this instance. But if you look at the changing trends with the introduction of fintech, there's been a significant move in that direction. When you look at the peer-to-peer lending and when you look at the crowdfunding, there's been some traction in that direction. Startups with less than 3 years have basically borne the brunt. They do not have, they basically do not fall within the risk appetite of the banks. And there has been a shift to different financing institutions whereby they have had to pay higher interest rates, looking at even interest rates of up to 10% on a monthly basis. So that basically has been very expensive for them with regards to obtaining finance. When you look at SMEs above 3 years, there's still a need for them to maintain good set of finances. If you look at most of what has been discussed today, there's audit accounts, things like compliance with the regulators, governance structures. And basically, for them also to fall into that criteria of traditional financing, there's still a long way to go. So when we look at that and when you look at the history, individual organizations, due to their small scale of operations, sometimes also when you look at their innovative practices that are not basically proven, or ideas or models, somebody from the audience a few minutes ago raised issues on the IT sector. There's still a bit of uptake, a bit of low uptake in that regard. So looking forward, there's been a shift to alternative lending. There's been a shift to alternative lending, and when you look at what is happening in the society right now, there's quite a massive shift on the digital platforms that we have. Unfortunately, some of those digital platforms are quite expensive. SACCOs have gained quite a bit of traction. They're a bit cheap. Chamas have also gained a bit of traction. Availability, but a bit expensive as well. There's quite significant movement to the peer-to-peer lending, as I'd mentioned, and to the crowdfunding platforms as well. Thank you, Brian.
Excellent. I think that is actually quite a packed feedback, and it ties in very nicely to the next segment where we'll go into, and this is particularly to CAM. I don't know how many of us have been to CAM offices. You know, they have that very nice wall of companies that are there. You know, one of the things CAM does very nicely is how they actually do the outreach and the engagements to their particular SMEs who are on all corners of this country. I think you have more than 1,000 members now? 1,300. I mean, that is impressive. So based on that, how do you find we can leverage the capital markets to also have a similar reach, and what nuggets of wisdom can we share on how you guys also engage your SMEs and how you're able to source them to ensure that you actually have this diverse group of companies from different sectors of the country and you're able to reach to them efficiently?
Thank you so much. One thing you have to note is that as an organization, we normally have an annual publication, and in it we have what we call the SME development pillar. And this SME development pillar, we generate knowledge from the SMEs that are represented within the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and those are in the manufacturing. There are three prominent issues that have been coming up every year, and for the 5 to 6 years that I have been oversighting the production of the same, one thing has been very constant: access to finance. And when you look at that access to finance as a challenge and how it needs to be overcome, there has been the issue of affordability. There's been an issue of long-term industrial financing. There's been an issue of grace period before you start making the payments. So looking at how these can be handled. And we're talking over an SME base of about 60%, because in our association we have about 60% of our members in the micro, small and medium enterprises. So you can see it's a huge hue and cry. If you look at the economic survey, 2022, 2023, and 2020, you see incremental credit from the commercial banks and industrial development banks. Like now, the economic survey for 2023 showed that there was an increment from 465 billion cash shillings to 529 billion cash shillings. But as this is increasing, the more SMEs are coming to tell us, we are not getting this, and if you are getting it, it is becoming totally unaffordable. It's becoming unsustainable for our businesses. And that's the reason why you see even the statistics in the country shows that in 2-3 years' time or 4 years' time, the SME has started developing symptoms that it needs to be in a HDU. In the 5th year, they're supposed to be in ICU or something like that. But when we came to Ibuka program, we realized that 2 things will be cured in this. One is access to finance, and the other one is governance structure. Because, and you have had, one major statement that came here is there is sentimental attachment to our businesses. To a certain extent, we need to release some of our businesses so that they get on the right governance structure, and the process we are able to access this finance. So out of the association, we know that there's heavy interest from our members to participate in this program. And through now the MOU that we have signed with the exchange, we have seen great traction, very many questions that are being asked by our members so that they can diversify their source of capital.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And now coming to RETRAC, the Retail Traders Association of Kenya. I think you mentioned that since we began these engagements, you've been seeing progressions, conversations running very fast. And I think one of the first things we did, even as you're having these engagements, is we had a very initial session where we brought about some of these enterprises within ecosystems, and we did a brief presentation about some of the opportunities available in the capital markets. And I think one of the things that came clear was that sometimes there's usually not that much information about these other avenues of funding. So maybe I'll just invite Leonard to mention how important is that collaboration in capacity building between institutions such as the exchange and your association, such that we're also able to bring quality companies on board that can then be able to raise financing efficiently.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Kenya is a very unique African retail market. because when you look at the Kenyan retail sector and you compare it with other African, not just sub-Saharan African, but general African countries, Kenya is a market that is very good at building local brands to an international standard. So if you are to take our retail sector and you look at the various players in our retail sector, in other African markets, when you go and see the services that are being provided by similar companies, they're either international franchises or brands, but in Kenya we have developed the capacity to build these brands on our own. You can see this very well in the supermarket sector. You can see this in the fashion retail sector. In fact, as we speak, despite the upheaval that we have seen in the supermarket sector over the last couple of decades, you walk into a Kenyan supermarket and it's one of the few markets where international brands are the minority. And that is represented in a lot of the other retail. Our restaurant retail sector, we have the international brands being less than a decade old, though we have brands that are built to an international standard. But why haven't these brands traveled out of the country? A few have and become regional, but not as many as could be. Access to capital is the answer to that question. And I dare say my challenge to the investors in the room, the other one is local context, because not all funding stories in the local environment have been successful. We have had funding accessed and companies still either closed down. And I think the missing link is local context. Local context being the knowledge, the institutional knowledge that the entrepreneurs sitting in the room hold. And we feel that we were quite excited with the NSC partnership because it provided an opportunity for local funding for local concepts. And I think that bridges both the challenges we have. Challenge number one being access to capital, which is by far the biggest, but challenge number two being the appreciation of the local context. And you can, in the IT, I think they can call it IP, it's the same thing. The understanding of why do you go into this sector, or why do you go like this, or why do you grow at this space locally. So we are all for any local solution for funding. And that's why the partnership with the NSC is of interest to us.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. So do we have questions for the panelists here? I know we are quite short on time, but maybe one or two from the financiers especially. But as you're doing that, okay, we have a question there. But as you're doing that, I'll just invite my panelists to start preparing their closing remarks. We would have wanted to engage with them more, but that's why we put there's a networking session, so don't leave in a hurry, so we can engage with them further.
All right, thank you. My name is Anton Wambura. My question actually goes to the team at Ibuka, and I'll just give an example. And actually I want to take it from where Leonard has left it. About 20 years ago, we had access to finance. We all know the story of Barclays. Thank God Barclays is no longer in Kenya, so we can talk about it freely. But banking was being done the UK style. We had Standard Chartered, we had Barclays. If you were to see a branch manager, you had to go through 2 doors of security clearance. And then Equity came and localized the Kenyan banking sector and how we access financing. Unfortunately, particularly in this space of capital raising, the investment language has actually not changed. So we are still using the same templates that New York is using, same templates you get in Australia, and that language does not really, is not really understood by what we call the Juakali sector. So to what extent has Ibuka as a program tried to contextualize and localize the conversation between a Juakali businessman and the capital providers? Thank you.
Excellent. So maybe I can be taking that as we get another question. So I think it's a very good question, and it's part of the reason why we have NSE Connect today. So as I mentioned, you find that, first of all, the reach of the, as you mentioned, previously it was the UK style of banking. You find that access to capital was actually locked to major cities, right? You couldn't, companies and entities in remote areas will find it very hard pressed to actually come and get that capital. So first of all, one of the initiatives you're doing is going digital. That particular approach in itself will enable entities all across the country to be able to access this platform. And secondly, just to make it simplified and to have the regular engagements with ecosystem providers. One of the things we've been doing, and remember another hashtag is also graduation, right? We've had these companies that we've sourced from these particular ecosystems that we have. We've taken them through a 5-week process, some sessions being virtual, to enable for those in the remote sections to also participate. And it's also guiding them hand in hand so that they can be able to look right to access these types of capital, because financiers, on the other hand, also need to mitigate their risks in investment. So to answer that question is why we're bringing on board this system, so that we can make it as simplified as possible for enterprises to come on board, for financiers to come on board, and to ignite that conversation within this, having the comfort that by the time you're having this conversation, these entities, you already have a level of comfort that they've already been screened by the platform, and they already have an extra layer of screening from the advisors, and before that, the initial day of screening from these particular associations that we have here today. All right, so I'll take the other question, and then we can have closing remarks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nzilani Mulati. I'm excited to be here. Congratulations once again to NSE for launching the Connect platform. This is such a wonderful, wonderful initiative. And I work with SMEs. I'm an SME and startup consultant. And so two of the key things that are a challenge for most SMEs is, one, access to capital and financing, which you've solved. And then the second key challenge is access to information. And so I'm looking to see how you're solving that, especially around cross-border trade, because we have a lot that's happening, especially with the trade agreements, AFCTA, and the rest of the agreements that we have. So I'm very keen to know what you're doing, and I'm also happy to collaborate on the same.
Excellent. I think, Cam, you can respond to that first, especially on the element of cross-border trading, because I know you've been active participants in the conversations for after, and then we'll also provide how we're also plugging in for that.
As far as trade cross-border is concerned, and how it comes in handy in this conversation, indeed we have been having that conversation in terms of the access to finance, and especially for the SMEs. But now looking at how we have a working ecosystem, and the ecosystem is in terms of, we have the financier here, we have the SME here, we have the buyer across the border, and this is being enabled especially through digital or digitization of the trade. But as we do these, there's some other elements. Today we have heard of sentimental attachment. The other elements that we are trying to promote in terms of, like, now the trust across the boundaries. So when you talk of a tripartite free trade area, is a conversation that has been coming up in terms of how do we ensure that the SMEs are able to get there, and as they're getting there, they don't have the challenge as far as unlocking their finances is concerned. And we have, like now, the SMEs in the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, even with our guest speaker, who is trading across border. But you see this heavy interest that is coming, but ensuring first that the governance system has been put in place and they're right.
Excellent, excellent. And certainly, I think the theme you'll find is that in ensuring access to this sort of information and also access to capital across different regions, the key overriding theme is utilization of technology. I think that is a key strategic alignment that we're also doing as the exchange, how you can be able to leverage further technology into this. And not to jump the gun, but also next week we'll also have a demonstration of the interlinkages program between exchanges that will be demonstrated live during a conference that will be held. So with that, then I'll just invite my panelists to make closing remarks as we proceed with the event.
I think my closing remark will pick off from the gentleman. I didn't get your name. Who I think made a point that we should not miss. And you answered his question, but I dare say not completely. He's nodding his head in dissatisfaction from the answer that he got. We have to be cognizant of narratives. And capital has largely not been local. And we are now trying to make capital local. I think conversations like this are of interest to us at Retrack because they change the narrative. Yeah, it's great to hear talks about pre-seed, seed, Series A, Series B, but that doesn't mean much to a local financier who has been in a capital-starved market. He just has a very real challenge that he once solved, and he's kind of historically, if we look at the last 2 decades of financing where we had a lot of venture capital and private equity activity in the market, it's been pushed into a box that is not of his market. Let me put it that way. So he mentioned Equity Bank, and Equity Bank is still touted today as one of NSC's success stories. But NSC equity, based on the example that he gave throughout that book, and said, what does the local guy on the ground who needs funding want? And they're now the biggest bank in the region. And that speaks to something, and I think that speaks to the opportunity. So I applaud the NSC for taking this step, but I still challenge them by saying there's a lot that needs to be done if we are to localize how our capital is sourced, and we are to build local enterprise from the opportunity that exists in the local market. So there's still lots to be done. This is a great first step, but there's a lot more to be done. Thank you.
Mine is on information asymmetry in terms of good package that we have here. But when I retreat back home to my manufacturers, this information is not well known. So we need to really partner extensively and ensure that such good information that can unlock the finances for manufacturers is known well. So working with the exchange, working with the financial or investors, working with manufacturers and many other players in this ecosystem would help us also make this field more competitive. We know what the CBI, the central bank lending rate is today, and the region for the interest rates for the commercial banks. So more we introduce, like now the Ibuka program, into the market, more we have many players in the market, more we make it more competitive, as is for benefit of all of us. So let's continue sensitizing each other and ensuring that this information is known in all corners of the country.
So as we close, I think I jumped the gun and started networking as soon as I got in. I had a chance to have a conversation with my neighbor, Nzilani, who was seated next to me. And we had a very long chat. I think we spoke for about half an hour. But Jeff, as you made your opening remarks, you were able to answer our conversation in, I think your opening remarks lasted about 5-10 minutes. And you're able to answer what we took about half an hour to discuss. What we were basically discussing was around activating most of these trade agreements. At KEPSA, we have quite a huge resource of SMEs. And some of the questions that we look at, or some of the questions that we face, is how do I engage effectively across the borders? As a country, we have been singing the song of the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement, but majority of us do not know how to engage in that space. There are other trade agreements that have been signed. I was happy to learn this morning that the Ibuka program is basically preparing people for the next level, companies for the next level. But the Connect platform basically, Jeff, what you said, provides an end-to-end solution. That is something that we have been grappling with, both in the private sector, and we have also posed the same question to government, end-to-end solution. it is very difficult for me to start a conversation and not to know where to go and not to know where to conclude the conversation. So if we can provide that end-to-end solution, we are more than happy to partner with you. We have a huge ecosystem of SMEs that we are happy to bring on board. Partnerships have taught us through COVID, partnerships have taught us beyond COVID to reach the masses. And we are happy to extend that partnership with you. Thank you so much.
Excellent. What a nice way to end. A hearty round of applause. So, yeah, it seems we'll be exhausting Alonso's 400 very shortly, given the pipeline that we'll be getting from here. So I'll just invite the photographers just to a quick session as we hand the panelists another round of applause, please.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that panel. We are coming to the tail end of our program. I think this will be the last session, and then we'll quickly go into the graduation. So we are almost there. For the next session, I think I want to quickly run you through some of the considerations now to tie it all in, because we've talked about, we've seen the financiers, we've spoken to the industry associations, we've spoken to what investors are looking for. Now, how do you raise the capital? And so I'll take 2 minutes to quickly speak through some of the channels for capital raising, especially on the NSE side. So once you come through the NSE Connect platform, you put in your funding need, you are attached to a transaction advisor, then where do you go from there? So once your transaction advisor has prepared your application, we have 2 main platforms that you can actually leverage on. The first one is the unquoted securities platform, which is sort of a private market. It's for those people who are not ready to go onto the main board at the onset. It operates in the same environment as the main market. However, this is a more private market, and this is where one of our Acon, the Acon REIT, is actually listed. It allows you, it operates under a more flexible regulatory environment, and it's basically supposed to be a launching pad for those people who eventually want to come and list. So you can actually come to the USP platform. This is run by the NSE. If you're conducting a capital raise, you will actually make your application to the NSE. The benefits is that it's time and cost savings. It's fast because approvals actually come from the NSE and together with the CMA. Then for liquidity options, it allows you to actually trade your securities, whether it's shares, and you are able to actually leverage on the ecosystem of brokers and private investors to be able to actually raise capital and trade those shares. Then you have wider options. When you come to the capital markets, the advantage is that you're dealing with a wider pool of investors. So for those SMEs that do not qualify to list at the onset, then you're still able to talk to fund managers and you get that price discovery by raising capital privately, leveraging on the USP platform. Of course, it helps build more transparency because you will have to go through lighter regulatory checks so that we just ensure that the quality of company that we are bringing to market is also good. So this is a very fast, very easy avenue for capital raising. We encourage those who are not ready to take the leap to go to the main market to actually start here. If I can give another analogy, this is like the shallow end. So the Ibuka program, where we do the panel beating and we walk you through how you need to look like, financials, where we conduct all the evaluation, that's your baby pool. You graduate from your baby pool and you go now into the big swimming pool where you now want to swim, and this is where you actually do the actual capital raise. Start at the baby pool, bring in your register, do your capital raise, whether it's debt or equity, and then if you feel now you're more confident about swimming with the sharks, we actually now graduate you to the main market segments. Here we have our main investment market segment, our alternative investment market segment, the growth and enterprise market segment, as well as the fixed income securities. For SMEs that are coming through the Ibuka program, accelerated through NSC Connect, we actually encourage them to join the growth and enterprise market segment because that's the market segment that was created for these kinds of businesses. The requirement is for the growth and enterprise market segment is mainly for small and medium-sized companies. You need a share capital of 10 million shillings with no requirement in assets. You have to be in business for at least 2 years, and I believe that most of the people who have actually gone through this training and this program actually meet those qualifications. So this is also a rallying call for those who are ready and you feel like you want to go to the main market. The growth and enterprise market segment is the best place to start. At this point, I'd just like to mention that there are new regulations that are coming to market, and I think this would be a very good opportunity for SMEs to leverage on those new regulations to actually raise capital. Previously, under the GEMS market, you would not be able to raise capital from the onset, so you would only list by introduction. But under the new regulations, we are going to have just the main board and an SME board. And that SME board will also allow for small and medium-sized businesses to actually raise capital right from the onset. These regulations, I am well informed that have already been signed. They were awaiting gazettement. I think the gazette notice should be out anytime now. And we are actually excited about it because then the people who we've seen all those opportunities, the 2 billion shilling funding gap, can actually leverage on those new regulations to actively raise capital now through the main markets, through the SME board. So at this point, I think I want us to speak to a gentleman in the room who's gone through the process. He started at the baby pool, went into the shallow end, dipped his toes, it was too cold, came back, but then he decided to take the leap and he jumped into the deep end. And ladies and gentlemen, he's still swimming and he's still alive and kicking. So allow me to welcome on stage Mr. Mike Rober, the founder and CEO of Homeboys Entertainment, for a quick 2-minute fireside chat to just put the stamp on all the conversations that we've been having today, so that then, since we've preached all morning, we now want to conclude with a light conversation on the listing journey. Good morning, Mike.
Morning, Gift.
Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. I mean, it's been a very long journey. I think I knew you from other circles a long time back, but it's amazing how things come full circle. It's been a very interesting journey for Homeboys. If we look at this slide, you joined the Ibuka program in 2019, then did a listing by introduction in 2020. raised capital in 2022, and now you're entering a new phase of business. And I'm just curious, what brought you to Ibuka? So I want us to go step by step so that, why did you decide to come to Ibuka?
I think I came in for all the wrong reasons, so I'm the worst person to use as a guide here for the bookies. But actually for us, really, it was more about, I just want to think about by retirement, really. You know, when I was to, if I was to ever exit the business, how would I leave it in what format? And can it outlive the individual? So the business having set up as a hobby, it was never really set up to be a business. You know, it came from we were bottom up, kabisa. You know, so the way it has been designed, it was designed from the very onset. It wasn't really thought out as a business, but it eventually evolved to become what it is now. And so as you progress in life and you look at how whatever milestones you want to achieve, I've always advised by my colleagues, always think about exiting or retirement. So that's what really was the basis of how do you exit a company that's been there for 20 odd years and make sure that it outlives you and it can benefit other people. And one of the ways to really prepare yourself for exit is through creating a structure, and that is, one of them is through listing in the NSE, being able to allow other partners to come in and own your business. And I've heard here several times you mentioned that letting go of a business founded by, for instance, a family business has been a big challenge for most of the founders. And so we're able to outlive or outgrow that fear and say, you know what, yeah, we've done our bit. This vehicle can benefit a lot more people with the right structures. So Ibuka for us was really the first platform where we realized that, hang on, this platform would help us, first of all, understand our business better, because we're not even really sure what we're doing. We're just working and making money, all right?
Thanks, Mike, for that. So I hear a lot of common themes there: legacy, business to outlive you, exit, and those are, I guess, eventually you found the right reasons for coming to the Ibuka program. But what did the Ibuka program do for you? And I feel like you've alluded to some of the things that you gained, but just walk us through how did that process prepare you for your capital raising journey, or putting in place all these structures that you're talking about?
Okay, I think the first thing that I think the most important proponent of Ibuka was helping us retain or create a proper governance structure, all right? So being forced or coerced to have a board in place to make sure that all our statutories are ticked off, you know, to ensure that processes that govern businesses are actually implemented in our business, which you're well aware is in a very informal sector. So Ibuka really helped us streamline those processes. And then also the other thing that I think was really key for us is evaluating the business. Half of us here think our business is worth millions of dollars. But when you go through Ibuka, you realize you're worth a penny. All right? But I think for us, that really was very grounding, and it also puts things in context of even investors to come in, what are they looking for? So as founders, you know, you've got all these, somebody mentioned the word IP, that means so much to you as a business. You know, I have all the phone numbers in this world, and they mean a lot to me. To an investor, they mean nothing, you know. For me, that's where the sweat has been, getting those phone numbers. But when you're trying to evaluate a business, there's some key parameters you have to really have in context. And sometimes for founders, they're very unfair, but it's a fact. You know, so when somebody comes into evaluation of the business, they look at the books, the numbers, projections, and they find this is what we think you're worth. So it was almost like a wake-up call. But again, we took it in our stride and said, you know what, this is what you think you're worth, fine. But we deep down and said, you know, we're worth much more than that. How do you prove to yourselves, or how do you prove to the rest of the world that you can actually showcase your value? And I think listing has helped us now demonstrate that the value is not measurable, and can be amplified or quadrupled just based on how you interact with the markets.
Thank you for that. And it's interesting you talk about value creation, because one of the reasons why people come to the market is to exit. But most people don't look at the markets as a value creation platform. I mean, we've always talked about the story of Equity Bank and how it came to market with a market capitalization of about 2 billion. And now it's the largest bank, if not the second largest bank in Kenya by market cap now. And that has been a very fruitful journey for Equity Bank, because they've been able to leverage on the exchange and the avenues for capital, different avenues for capital raise to achieve that growth. So that's another way to look at it. Even as you plan your exit, you can also build value on your way to your exit. So interestingly, you listed your company right in the smack of COVID, December 2020. And I was part of that transaction. So right now I'm seated on the other side, but I was part of the transaction advisory team then. And even in the office, we were wondering, is he okay? What's going on? But I think that was a very bold move. And I think that's one of the, qualities of an entrepreneur. You're bold. So why did you decide to list? Because I think the full cycle for us as the Ibuka team is for companies to come, go through the program, and then graduate into the market, either via a listing on the GEMS platform or even on the USP platform. So why did you take the bold step to actually list?
Okay, obviously I mentioned about trying to formalize the business, but also in the process realizing and use this platform to do a lot of fundraising. All right, so for us it was a very quick vehicle to do some fundraising. And also what it just does for the business is it just opens up a whole new plethora of opportunities to bring in new partners. And I can tell you now, as we sit here today, we're inundated with partners trying to come on board, and we're trying to see who's the best fit for what we're doing right now. But what it did for us is totally put us on a different platform, and I think nobody, or at least in our sector, no one comes close to what we have to offer. And we become very, very attractive to a lot of potential investors. So fundraising now is not even the issue. It's what you do with the funds. So now conversation becomes, now how do we, if we were to raise $2 million tomorrow, where would you put it in? Yeah, so now the conversation has shifted, and it's also a very exciting conversation, because now the strategy has now moved to more about growth and launching new products in the market, and not just locally, but also looking at expanding footprints even beyond Africa. So it's become a very interesting conversation.
That's interesting because, and I think you see the value when you're inside, and that's what we are trying to encourage people here. It stems, the conversation goes beyond the capital raise. It now brings in strategic investors. How do you manage that? How do you take the company strategically to build value or return that shareholder value at the end of the day? So in a nutshell, if you could summarize it for us, what has your journey from NSE to where you sit today as a listed company, going 3 years now? It sounds like just yesterday. But how can you sum it all up, and what would you say to anyone who's going through that process right now? Just a few tips, words of wisdom.
I think as Bebe said, we're in church. Now we're collecting offering. All right? No, but honestly, I think I'd encourage anyone who is not in Ibuka, join Ibuka. All right? There are a lot of benefits. You might not end up listing, yeah, but I think what the lessons you learn in the process are invaluable. And for me, it has totally changed my outlook towards doing business. And also, like Mr. Mudachi said, we're thinking global. It just opens up your whole horizon to a lot of ideas, and I think the sky is the limit. And the church is much, much bigger. Asante.
Thank you very much. This is a name that's synonymous with entertainment in Kenya, so please, thanks, Mike. Let me just give you a quick token of appreciation. A bigger round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's Mike Reba, CEO of Homeboys Entertainment, a true testament of why the church works, okay? Of how the church works, why it works, and why he still comes back to church every Sunday. So thank you very much, Mike, for gracing us with your presence. You've always been very kind with your time to come and speak to Ibukis, and we really appreciate that. And we hope this is just the beginning. We hope to have a lot more of those stories coming through the market, to come and say, today we have a Kenya, hopefully they will also come to the market soon enough. But we've seen the funding need, and it's huge. all those companies are ready to go. So for the financiers who are in the building, the rallying call is for you to take these opportunities by the horns and bring them to market. For the advisors as well, one of the things is that we've been saying, probably have been saying about the Ibuka program is that the pipeline is not rich enough. I think you're going to be overwhelmed in the next few months. So we really want to bring all stakeholders on board to help us accelerate these companies to their next growth phase. So we will, this is where you encourage me with a clap so that, thank you. Thank you for that. I would have said say amen, but yeah. We will jump to the next part, which is graduating our cohort of companies. These people have been tenacious, they've been resilient, they've gone through 4 long weeks of training. We've spoken about corporate governance, we've spoken about valuation, we've spoken about capital markets platforms, and I think they are now fully equipped with all the information that they actually need to raise capital.
Gift after offering, we don't keep quiet in the room, isn't it? I was hoping to hear ululations. Last time I was doing a Vivo, I had ladies and we were ululating, but this is the reason we are here. If we didn't have our Ibuki companies, we'd have absolutely no reason to be here. Because we've been accused of kuongea nyingi. You know, tungekuwa theory, it is important to demutualize, and you guys will be like, what are those? In my cousin's mother tongue, ishonido, sindio. But we are not ishonidoing. We are actually saying we are graduating. So let's give another hearty round of applause as we get to the crux of today's session. Yeah? Not too sure where the offering is going, but perhaps Mike should be giving me that offering, you know, but nonetheless. So we're getting to this session, and this is how we wanted to do it. These are some of the companies that we have that have come through our program, but we'll start with one of the companies that joined the Ibuka sessions a bit earlier, and this will be ARC Junior School. Mr. Kennedy, I think, is here. He'll just quickly give us his journey as we go through, and then we get to the companies that are going here. Ladies and gentlemen, mimi napenda makofi. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Please. ARC Junior.
Okay.
Who is ARC Junior?
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Mbite. We are the ARC Junior School. It's a group of schools. We have.
Hold your mic a bit up close.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have 4 campuses. We started the business in 2007, so we've been at it for 16 years. Mine is first to thank NSE for holding our hands and taking us through the process of raising capital. One of the challenges of any business in this market, and I'll not dwell on this because, you know, a couple of people have already talked about it, is raising capital, and particularly patient and affordable capital. So, you know, I was very happy when I reached out to Mbite. She quickly introduced me to Gift and Brian, and they've been very responsive in terms of helping us through this journey of raising capital. They introduced us to Paul Mwai and his team, AIB Axis, and we have now been able to come up with an information memorandum, which is already helping us to engage investors. The ARC Junior School basically is a group of schools that believes that education is the key. You know, we talk about education as a country and putting more effort in making sure that our human resource is up to standard. I think personally, we as both the private sector and the government are not putting enough effort to make sure that our human resource is at par. That's what we are trying to do in our small corner. We employ about 130 staff, mainly obviously teachers, but they're drivers, support staff. We have a total population of 750 students. Just in the last 1.5 years, we've grown by about 150 students.
Wow, that's
and
good.
I want to say what, just to support what Mary of KEPSA said, that the best way to be successful is for people to see you performing well. So, my challenge to NSC and their team is that, for us Ibukis, please do help us to get the actual funding, because once we get the actual funding,
you can do more.
Then we will be able to talk to other people about the success story. We are happy to hear from Mike, and that's, he's had a very good experience.
Okay.
We've also had a very good experience, to be honest. We are happy that, what you've been able to negotiate for us good rates with, with AIB Access and the journey. We've gotten very good advice. We personally,
Yes.
as the two directors, we run the business, I and my wife, and we are learning a lot about corporate governance. I like to say that it took a lot of convincing when we started the business for my wife to remove the checkbook from my handbag and give it to the accountant. And these are real, I'm an accountant myself and an ex-banker, and I like to say that, she would write checks, for example, and forget to fill the folio. And then when I'm doing the management accounts at the end of the month, I'm asking her, this check was to pay what? And she'd tell me, you're the accountant, you figure it out. And so this process is important, not just for me, but even for her, to see that, if you're going to manage a business that's going to be a big business, then there are certain ways you have to manage. Of course, most SMEs, our board meetings are sometimes in the kitchen. You'll write a very good board resolution, but really that meeting happened, maybe in the sitting room, you are both watching TV. So the education process that we've been taken through is very helpful, and I think we all have a responsibility, both, again, as private sector, and particularly you guys in the capital raising industry, in terms of training entrepreneurs, and also making sure that the journey of accessing capital is smooth. One of the reasons we ourselves approached the NSE was that we had already predicted that interest rates were going to go up.
Okay.
And it is already happening. Unfortunately, the education industry, particularly where we are in, gets quite seriously affected when
Yes.
interest rates go up. One of the challenges, and I don't know whether the team here is aware, in the education industry has been to get well-trained teachers.
Okay, so
And to
that's
pay them-
expensive for you.
and to pay them well.
All right.
Because what has been happening in the past, and particularly I think in the last probably 30 years, teachers have not been given their dues. So you find that we have teachers who are being underpaid, and therefore becoming a teacher is not attractive anymore.
Yes.
Now, that is a big problem. How do you do that? How do you resolve that problem? A school needs to be able to manage their business costs so that they can pay better.
Wow.
That's what we are
Kennedy,
trying
I
to
see
do.
you have a detailed analysis,
As-
but as
yeah.
we're coming on this, I know we'll be able to discuss more.
Yeah.
We're excited that you've joined us,
Okay.
but perhaps you can help the audience and appreciate what's your current funding need, and what was your last profitability, and are you profitable? Because I know based on what you're looking for, you have considered convertible debt to manage your interest costs, but also for expansion. So what is your current funding need, and what do you want to do with that?
We are actually looking for 460 million. That's about 3 million USD. Part of it is mainly to purchase the properties on which we have 2 of our campuses.
So capital expenditure? That's
Capital
good.
expenditure, that's
very
about
good.
290 million.
Okay.
The rest of it, we are hoping to restructure some of the debt that we consider to be expensive.
Yes.
So that we manage our costs and we are able to recruit even
Fantastic.
better staff.
Thank you. So this is Kennedy. He runs ARC Junior Schools, 2 schools. He's looking for 460 million. The schools are both profitable. They have been growing in terms of their revenue. You can see more information on our NSC Connect, and we're proud for him to be here. He'll be here. I'll encourage you to network with the investors as well. And he's actually supporting, and his growth rates are very good. He has schools in Kilimani, he has schools in Kitengela, he has schools in South B. So let's put our hands together for him. Thank you so much for joining us. We have a gift for you. Thank you so much. So is someone keeping tabs? So we have a 460 million funding need. Fantastic. Our second Ibuka member will be from Jijenga Credit. I think I've seen Jijenga. Peter Masharia. Is Peter in the room? Okay, he's not in the room. Our next Ibuka would be Ms. Priska from Taraji. Let's put our hands together for Priska. She'll just give us briefly an overview of who she is, her school, and her funding need. Welcome, 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 Priska. Thank you. Guys, we can do better than that. I'm not asking you for money. I'm just asking for claps. Please, you can come over to the podium. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please
Good
go
morning,
ahead.
ladies and gentlemen. My name, as you've heard, is Priska Muyodi. It seems like it's an educators forum this morning. I'm a trained teacher by profession, and I run Taraji Africa Educational Group. Taraji Africa is basically an educational services provider. We operate in the whole spectrum of basic education. So we have daycare, kindergarten, primary, and high school. We're currently on 4 locations in Kiambu, Nairobi, and Kitui County. And in terms of curricula, we have Cambridge and CBC. I think, apart from the functional boring stuff,
it's okay. Just so
the thing that drives me as an educator is that education, and I think all of you have heard this quote, I think lately attributed to Nelson Mandela, but so many other great people said it before, that education is the one single tool that you can use to change the world. And I do believe, and from what I've seen from experience, that we really do change lives in the kind of work that we do.
Great.
Now, the thing about changing lives and making it count for an entire nation, for humanity, is you need to make it outsized. Yeah? We have 4 schools. My colleagues at Arch Junior have 2 schools. I can tell you, they'll agree with me, 4 schools don't change the world. And we would like to change the world. Yes. We think that we've prepared ourselves. We've done a lot of, myself and the management team, we've done a lot of accelerator training. We've been part of the Stanford Seed Network. We kind of have thought through our ideas, our vision, and I'm glad that all the panelists have said the problem then finally comes to access to funding. So I have all these great ideas. I have a vision. I've written a strategy,
Nice.
you know.
So how much do you need? What's your funding need?
Okay, so my funding need right now is 300 million. And that is about 250 of that to go to CAPEX to build, 2 campuses,
Wow.
the one in Kitui and one in Nairobi, and the other amount to maybe restructure our
Great.
management team, bring in some of the additional skills that we need.
Fantastic.
We are open to both debt and equity, and we are really looking forward to support and guidance by the Ibuka team to get us to that goal.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Are you profitable?
Yes, we are.
Your revenue is growing?
It's growing. It's been growing 50% year on year since 2020.
Fantastic. Guys, is someone taking note? We have another 300 million. You can either give me or give me claps. Claps it is. Thank you so much. Congratulations on going through this process. Gift will award you with a certificate, and he'll tell us who will be awarding the certificate kindly. Maybe, Brian, you can assist him.
Actually, I would like to invite Mr. Jeffrey Odundo to start the certificate awarding ceremony, so that as they come.
Guys, that's our boss. Please clap. He's not paying for our breakfast. Thank you. Thank you.
A round of applause. The graduation ceremony is underway now.
Fantastic. Give to, you can, thank you so much. Please find your way to network with Priska. Priska network with also our financial partners so we can see what we can be able to do. Thank you. Gift, you let us know who the next person who's coming up to the podium is, and they can briefly introduce themselves and their funding need. Who's next on the...
So, Shizuka Traders Limited. A round of applause as Shizuka comes on stage.
Great. Thank you. Please introduce yourself, your company, and your funding needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Wait, no, hold on.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Still morning. Good morning. My name is Muhammad Iqbal. I will not take your too much time. I want to very simple 2 and 2 equal to 4. I want to talk in that way. Yes, I'm doing a plastic recycling, and I'm very passionate about it. And my journey started in 2016 by choice. I come to this field, and I start this business with a $6,000. I was doing job. Then now I convert, and what I have my assets in form of raw material and machinery, everything, it is almost $500,000.
Wow, well done, well done.
But now every stage has a different requirement. Like I have in raw material to convert into monetize and in the money again. It is about, you can say 1,200 tons. And big milestone I got during this period, and from very small journey, I convert post-consumer waste into the granulars, about 22,000 tons. Wow. I remove from the environment. And now my big aim is to, every month I want to do 20,000 tons through the pyrolysis, and it's convert plastic into the oil. And I have a good technology. It is recognized by the Swiss institutes. It is almost coming like $600,000 for just kickstart. And the project is almost $10 million. But my requirement at this stage, at the early stage, is 100 million Kenya shilling I'm talking about. What I want to do this, like I can give you an example, simple word. Like, if I have a PET bottle, it is, if I go to buy from informal collectors and dealers, it will be like 20 shillings. I can buy, and if I convert into after washing and everything, it will cost me almost, say 45 shilling. And if I convert it into the fiber and make the pillows and the quilts, and I can generate from there with 45 shilling to 50 shilling, I can convert into 150 to 200 shilling. This is one example. Like HDP bottles, like you are saying, Maziwa bottles and Lala bottles and also Mafuta ones. Okay. If I convert into the granulars and I can make again bottles from there, so the profit of that one, my cost will be like 70 shilling. And if I manufacture one bottle from there, right now in the market price is 15 shilling to 14 shilling. And if I offer cheaper, say in 12 shilling, and with the 1 kg I convert like a half liter one, almost it will cost me 5 to 6 shilling, and I can sell into 12 shilling. Wow. So you can see the gross profit is high in recycling. Yes, I can give you the examples. We come over here with our reinvesting. What we make profit and reinvest, reinvest in that way. Now we need investors who come with us so we can increase our speed. Wow. And also we can generate the employment in this country. And I can give you a simple example of other companies like Taka Solution, like Mr. Greens. They make a lot of progress. But what is they have the private investors, and they have equity investors. And the one machine washing line, recently Taka they bought 1.8 million euros. And just imagine how people are serious to invest in recycling in environment. And we are also growing, and now we come to on a right place. We are also eager to make more progress to generate more money. Thank
Great.
you.
Oh, wow. 100 million shillings. I hope the math is mathy. Let's put our hands together.
Yes, thank
All
you.
right.
Yeah, I think this is one great opportunity because it speaks to the whole climate change and ESG stuff. So where's the EU? Are you here? Adolfo? Client number one. All right, take it on.
Sold.
Okay, the next will be Arc Ventures. Please come to the stage, followed by Neum Enterprises. So please prepare, and then we'll have
Welcome.
Elimutab in that order.
Let's put our hands together to encourage him. Guys, you're not giving us. Let's clap. Thank you. Please introduce yourself briefly and your funding need and what you do.
Thank you. And this being a church, may I say, Bwana Asifiwe. Yeah, my name is John Mora, Director, Arc Ventures Limited. We do chemical. We are in the chemical business. We do manufacture hygiene and healthcare products. Arc Ventures is just a young company. We were registered in 2019, and of course we went through the COVID period. So basically when we were registered, the following year there was an issue of COVID here, and you can imagine a lot of those products were being needed. So we realized a lot of change that went through there, but now we are also normalizing. But I would say in this business we have realized, and working with Ibuka, I would just say when you want to walk, when you walk alone, you walk faster. But when you want to walk far, you walk with others. And that is why we are here. John 14:14. We are seeking to get investors who will work with us so that we can walk far. And when we walk far, there's a lot of potential in our industry. You know the need for hygiene, healthcare in this country, given that the population is growing quite fast, and as the population grows, there's also need for hygiene. The way we used to know environment before is not the way we know it now, and therefore there are so many opportunities of diseases coming up and things like that. And therefore there is a growing need also for hygiene, maintaining cleanliness and all that. And that is what the business that we are doing. So join us and we work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the capital markets. We'll make sure you get the money.
Asante sana. Let's put our hands together for Arc Ventures. Mr. Gift.
We'll just have that followed by Elimutab. Elimutab, quickly. Thank you. And then Elimutab is
Elimutab.
you're a young man. Elimutab.
Hi everybody, my name is Anthony from Elimutab. We're in the ed tech industry. We have several products. We work with private schools that you are represented here, and we have an educational gadget called Elimutab. Elimutab is a combination of hardware and software, local content software. So we partnered with local publishers, content providers, KLB, Longhorn, and all that, and we bring that together out of the box. So we manufacture the product in China, and we would like capital, first of all, to we are looking for working capital because our products are in the retail stores. If you go to any mall right now, Anisuma, if you go to, we have about 40 to 50 retail stores, and we're looking to access capital. Eventually we want to manufacture locally the educational tablet, and we want to move to Tanzania, and Uganda. Currently, we've tested and it's working fine.
Thank you. How much are you looking
so
for?
So we're looking for a start, we're looking for 20 million, 100% working capital, and then after that we can move to the next stage, which is building a super app that will bring these content providers.
Thank you. That's how we want to do it, okay? 1 + 1, 2. Thank you. Okay, I'll invite our Vice Chairman, Mr. Paul Moy, to give the next round of certificates. Rio Fish, if you're in, have a representative in the building. Okay. Then there's Rentco Africa. Please come up.
Guys, we're asking for your claps. Rio Fish.
Oh, sorry. Rentco.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bosire Bogonko. I'm the country director for Rentco Africa in Kenya. We are basically an asset leasing company. We provide assets of all sorts other than land and building for companies to be able to utilize them for their production, their transportation, logistics, etc., without necessarily owning the asset. In the last 5 years, we have expanded into into Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and DRC, and we're looking to expand into Ethiopia and Zambia by the end of next year to provide the same services. For this particular venture, we are going into the SME space because for a long time we've been operating only in the corporate and government space, and we'd like to go into the SME space. And we have got a technological product which offers working capital financing and ultimately leasing of assets that will be used for SMEs. What we're looking for is a corporate bond in the range of about 2 billion Kenya shillings to be able to amp this product that we have got called EcoStock. At the moment, we're running a pilot from August, and on average, we've been operating working capital finance amp of it. We have been averaging 10 million shilling turnaround per month from this particular product. So with this product of 2 million, with this corporate bond of 2 billion Kenya shillings, we can be able to expand that working capital to other manufacturers like East Africa breweries, etc., and their retailers, and also assist those retailers in the requirements for, let's say, they need 2 pickups to transport their goods, they need 1 truck on a leasing rather than a purchasing platform. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Paul, would you like to say something?
I think congratulations. I think it's been a good journey, and well done.
Well done. Rentco has taken us out of the ballpark. That's 2 billion shillings that they are seeking for their funding. We look forward to supporting you, and congratulations on getting this far. Thank you so much. Gift, who is coming up next?
Kaya Tiwi Investment Limited. This one, Anur Gotana. Welcome.
Okay.
Hi guys, I'm here for John 14:14. Yes, Kati, I was happy 2 people here have mentioned about teaching. I've been a teacher for 33 years, teaching international schools and everything. One of the questions that was kept being asked is that, sir, you have produced top in the world in business and economics. Do you have a business? I kept on lying. But last year, I made up the decision that I'm not renewing my contract and decided to explore other areas. I went to Kitengela, I did some market research, I discovered that the garage services is a huge market. There's no limited company offering those services in the entire Kajiado. So we registered and became the first limited company offering garage services in Kajiado. And quickly, we were pre-qualified by the government, Minister of Transport and Roads, the county, the Minister of Interior and local coordination. That one, quickly we were brought on board Kenya Power. They used to go all the way to Ruaraka. They didn't have any place to go in Kitengela. Then quickly we have KEFIS. Now, that brings me here. I am starting to finance those tenders. That means I need capital, and that's why I'm here. I'm requesting for a capital for starters, 5 million to finance my working capital. And then my expansion strategy, I'm going to follow where Kenya Power is. So I'm seeing myself growing very fast through franchising. I follow Kenya Power wherever they are until Kayatiwi is dotting 47 counties in the next 5 years.
Wow. What is your funding need to do that?
For starters, my funding, especially I'm looking at invoice discounting because of those 5 clients I need to service. And then also I'm still thinking of my expansion strategy. Maybe I will be requesting for 5 to 10 million to see how I grow.
Fantastic. Well done. Congratulations. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right.
Next, we will have Gavo Foods. Gavo Foods. Well, a round of applause for Gavo Foods as they come on stage. Very quickly, who you are, what you do, funding need.
Okay. Is it good afternoon or good morning?
Still good morning.
Good morning all. Tumsifu Yesu Kristu.
Amen.
Si ni kanisa.
Ni kanisa.
All right, my name is Lillian Bitok from Wasingishu County. I'm a co-founder at Gavo Foods International.
Umetoka Eldoret asubuhi?
Yes, nimetoka Eldoret asubuhi.
Just clap for her. What? Karibu sana.
So at Gavo Foods, we are, thank you so much. We are an agro-processing company where we deal with gluten-free flours. Because I'm a gluten intolerant, my business partner done gluten research, so we came together. So we are trying to solve hunger issues, malnourished children. You know, Wasingishu is actually the breadbasket of the country. But you see, we hear hunger in those areas, Turkana, where are we feeding them? So that is where we are, food security, hunger issues. And we are seeking 100 million.
Wow.
Because we'd like to train smallholder farmers, give them seeds. We want to have a factory. We are being hosted by the county government and industrial area. It's a small space, but we are looking into buying our own land, constructing a factory, a manufacturing plant. Gavo Foods actually, it's a trademark. So we've done a lot of underground work. We've certified all our products. And I'm really glad to be part of this program. And there's so many things that I've learned, and I'm looking forward into implementing. And I would like you guys to, the way you said, all our hands until we get there. Absolutely. So I've brought some of the products, by the way, and I'd like you to buy.
Where are they?
I'll display in the
Your first buyer. Thank you. Mr. Pomai, would you like to say something? Okay. Thank you.
Very big congratulations and welcome, Nairobi. We're looking forward to your prayers being answered with good funding from this room.
Congratulations. Our CEO, Mr. Odindo, said we'll have a conference next year. And Mike told us atatupea screens na DJ. Tungekuwa na DJ, tungeiva Kipchoge, keep running. Karibu, welcome. Please have a seat. So that's Gavo Foods. They're looking for 100 million shillings. If anyone is counting, you know, we've already passed 3 billion in terms of funding needs. And I hope our investment bankers are here to structure those deals and already have financial partners. Thank you so much. Gift, we can have the next one by Mr. Paul White, then we'll ask him to sit and invite the next person to hand over the certificates. Over to you.
True Ways Enterprises Limited. Oh, a round of
Let's put our
applause.
hands together for 2 Ways. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I've just landed in last night or yesterday morning from China.
Wow,
to
welcome.
Do a contract to actually export a beeswax product to Timor Global.
Wow. Well, congratulations. Hey.
It's been a journey. I know Mike Raban knows me from some discussions we had in the bee sector. I've been in the bee sector for a long time. Of course, the business had a few challenges. We started doing this export process to China in 2018, then coming in from the biggest export, CIIE. And because of my partners on the ground, we rebranded the product and it became a baby product, and that's why Timor Global has picked it up. I'm here to ask for 300 million to set up the product line, because we are working with farmers, we are working with the process line, and we are into market now. I just wanted to ask a question. Where are all the girls who have gotten through the Ibuka? Ladies, women, funded program. No, the previous one.
The previous one?
None. Okay. Lillian, I know her. Timothy was here, but he's...
Wait, we have the ladies from the current cohort, isn't it?
No, previous. Was
Previous.
there one? Yes.
No, she was in this current one.
No, we are in the same cohort.
You're in the
I know
same one.
Lillian.
So
Yes.
previously we admitted Vivo Fashions, but they were not here
They were
today.
not here.
So that's
okay,
why
so
they're...
we are hoping Lillian and myself and
Will be the
Riofish
first.
Angela will be able to do this. I know her.
Fantastic.
But my question, my plea to Ibuka is sustainable agriculture products is very difficult to work with because weather vagrancies, but for me who's working with pollination and pollinators, that is a bee. If you don't save the bee, and that's why we were talking with Mike many years ago, I developed a movie. That's why we were working with him when I was very keen on bees, but I'm still keen, but that changed with COVID and I became a farmer. We have Amke Organics product line where we are doing value addition of food ingredients. So we have strawberry powders, we have vegetable powders for the export market, and we're organic certified. And for me, my plea is for the production system to enable us work with more farmers in Makueni. I'm coming from Makueni. I'm in Boni. Up the hills, Judy's there. We know each other for many days. And I just want to say thank you for this. Why am I in this? I know my systems, we had worked on them. And then COVID came, and everything went a cropper. We are the proverbial falcon that is rising again. It's been an interesting 3 years. In between, my status changed also. I was also widowed. So I'm doing this on my own. Decision making is very challenging, but I'm looking for people to support me. But I want to say thank you for hand-holding us on this. The governance structures is there. I've also just been invited by the chamber president to sit on the International and Trade Committee because he says, Irene, I have seen you in various expos. There must be something you know. So God has been gracious. We've come this far. And for me, I'm really excited the fact that Timor Global. Okay, I don't know whether you know about Timor Global. Let me explain a bit. You guys know about Alibaba. You know Alibaba, the one we see, is the B2B, which us buy things from them. Now me, I'm getting in to sell a product from Kenya.
Wow.
Through Global Mall. That's the difference. So that's why I could see where the questions were, but it's been a very exciting 3-year journey.
Okay.
We have an IP on the ground for Peridot. And yeah, it's been interesting. Thank you very much for working with us.
Well done, Irene. Paul?
Congratulations. I like the energy and the enthusiasm. Well done.
Well done.
Thank you.
300 million for Irene. Thank you and congratulations. Okay, thank you. Mr. Pomrai, thank you so much for facilitating that for us.
I'll invite Mike Rabat to give the next set of certificates to award MedSec Cables. A round of applause for MedSec Cables.
Welcome, welcome.
Hello, good morning everyone. First I'd like to congratulate NSC for launching the Connect platform and also the Ibuka team for taking us through this learning journey. It's been amazing. My name is Hemal Doshi. I'm the Managing Director of MedSec Cables. We manufacture low voltage power cables in Kenya. We export cables throughout East Africa, and there is a growth market with the electrification program that's done by the country. There's also a growth from the e-mobility section that's likely to come through. Now, why am I here? A lot of our raw materials are actually imported. And with the current devaluation of the Kenya shilling, it's proving to be quite a challenge. And currently we're financing our working capital with creditor financing. So we're looking at sort of a debt financing or even invoice financing to the tune of 100 million to be able to help curb these exchange losses. Thank you.
Would you like to say something?
I'm one of his biggest clients, actually.
Oh, wow, fantastic. So this was well aligned. Congratulations once again. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Then we'll have Gotobet Nurseries. A round of applause for Gotobet as they come on stage. As they come, Amex Auto Parts, if you're here, kindly prepare to come on stage. Then quickly followed by
Gotobet, we shall network after.
High-Chem Hygiene. High-Chem Hygiene and Healthcare.
Karibu sana.
So ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm Hamuya Nora, the co-founder of Gotobet Nurseries, all the way from Nandi County.
Ish. Karibu sana. Did you come today as well?
Yes, I did.
Asubuhi.
Yes,
Karibu.
source of champions.
Hey.
So at Gotobet Nurseries, we are in line with the green economy. We are in the green space. We are also practicing agribusiness and impacting livelihoods. We are not only into business, but we are a social enterprise, also impacting women back in our village through propagating of plant seedlings. That is macadamia and Hass avocado. So recently, we have embarked on processing macadamias on a smaller scale. So we are done with tipping. We are now able to chew. Thank you for NSE. So I'm here looking to raise, that is 10 million Kenyan shillings, that we are working on constructing a smaller macadamia plant back in Kapsabet, and we are also aggregating farmers within the same space in that particular region. So we are looking to scale, we are looking to grow, we are looking for partners to handhold us. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Asante.
Thank you. I can see some big boys here. Someone should just take this all up, Maramoja. But thank you for coming from Nandi, and congratulations. Mike, would you like to say something? All right, thank you so much. All right. Well, congratulations.
So as you can see, it's a countrywide church. Okay, we have
Yes.
people coming from all over. Amex Auto Parts representative. Okay, we'll proceed to High-Chem Hygiene and Healthcare Solutions.
Let's put our hands together for High-Chem.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Michael from High-Chem Hygiene and Healthcare Solutions. As you can see, I might be the youngest here. This is, we've spoken about continuity, and so my directors have seen it fit to give some of us the opportunity to come up to show that we can rise to the occasion. So this is one of those opportunities.
Well done. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You did a good job.
So we are manufacturers of cleaning chemicals. We deal with B2B. Mostly we deal with hotels, big hotels, restaurants, F&B, food and beverage manufacturers. So if you're manufacturing water, milk, you need to wash your machines. So you have chemicals for that. So why we are here, we need funding. I've had, there was a lady who wanted 100 million. We want double that.
Wow, 200 million. Let's put it together.
Yes.
It's the young generation has energy. Okay, keep going. What do you want to use it for?
So our main challenge has been, we are growing, yes, but we've reached a place, it's like a glass ceiling. So you're getting so many orders, new customers, but you can feel a certain strain on your operations because we're still where we were when we started 6-7 years ago, but our customers have increased, our orders have increased, sorry. So we want to improve our production. We've spoken of ESG. We want to improve our manufacturing processes, get better expertise, and currently we are leasing. So we want to move to another place where we have control over what we do. So that's mainly it. And thank you for NSE for the information you've shared with us. for the exposure, to the experts. We've learned so many things. Thank you.
Karibu sana, thank you. Congratulations, that's 200 million. I wonder who's keeping tally of this. We are crossing over 4 billion. Brian, are we over 4 billion? I think we have a 4 billion gift. What do you think?
Yes.
We've gotten. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mike.
I'll invite Bwana Willy Njoroge, just our last set of those who are here physically. Jijenge Credit Limited.
Let's put our hands together. Mr. Willy, iko kazi. Hashtag iko kazi. Iko kazi. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Peter. I'm the MD and founder of Jijenge Credit. I believe most of the people in Nairobi or within the country have heard or seen our signage or products. Primarily, we deal with lending, and we lend to SMEs and individuals, and all our lending is 100% secured. And we are looking for funding, either debt or equity, for around 200 million to move our asset book from the current 500 million towards 1 billion. Because ideally what we do, our business is a profit-making business. And we roll back the profit plus the additional funding that we get, we head towards the 1 billion mark. And we are grateful to the NSC team, that's Gift and Mbide, for the way they've taken us through. And we look forward to partnering with the investors as soon as possible. The gospel continues.
Karibu sana. Injili inaendelea. Willy, would you like to say something?
Just to say congratulations. I'm really liking this. These are testimonies, isn't it? It's the point of the service where we give testimonies. So I'm liking the testimonies very much. I wish you all the best with the 200 million shillings you're looking for.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for him. I think as we are calling the next people, I hope what we were hoping to do is to at least get the companies ready to be able to make a funding need. All of this information is then available on NSC Connect. And now that's where we want then our transaction advisors, our financial partners then to come and then get access to these opportunities. So we can continue with the next ones. Bwana Gift, you'll let us know who's coming up next. All right.
Hello. I don't know whether there's any other. I think I'm told that there is no other.
Have we missed anybody here?
That is physically.
Okay.
Has anybody been missed?
Basically, yeah, we'll just recognize
yes.
The remaining ones who did not make it to the session today. As you've heard, some of them are coming from as far as in Gishu County.
Okay.
So there is New Enterprises, PVT Limited. We had Central Food Industries Limited. Gooseberry Delight Limited. This one is all the way from Eldoret. Check out their products in the supermarkets as you shop. There's Fika Systems Limited. Findo, which is a tech company.
Brian, maybe you can help me with the certificates?
Yes.
Okay. And then for those who receive their certificates, we'll just ask you to prepare to come for a picture opportunity in a few minutes, and then we'll close in about 5 or so minutes.
Farasi Motors Limited. There is Liaison Group Limited. Talk Controller Kenya Limited. GTB Scan Lab Nakuru Limited. Saracen Media Limited. P Food Processing Company Limited. Maji Popote Limited. Crescent Takaful Sacco Society Limited, and finally M Plus and Logistics
Crescent
Company.
is here. Crescent Takaful is here. Let's put our hands together for Crescent Takaful. Karibu sana.
My apologies.
So wait, before I give you the mic, ulituambia lugha yetu si ya jua kali na capital raising. Hebu tusikie lugha yako sasa.
Fortunately, I am on both sides, but I understand the pain of the small-scale business person. So Crescent Takaful Sacco is the first Sharia-compliant Sacco in Kenya. So the language we speak is ile Mbesha, especially in Isili. So we basically power the Isili trading base, and mostly also in northern Kenya. So we are looking for, we have a product which is really picking up very fast. It's called Soko Cash, whereby we finance traders with working capital basically stock and inventory financing. We launched it some 6 weeks ago, and the performance has surpassed the first 6 months of operation this year. 6 weeks performance has surpassed more than 6 months of our first year. So we are looking for a line of credit. A line of credit between 100 million and 300 million to support that product. But we are also open to looking at long-term support through equity. Thank you.
Congratulations. I think we can all agree that Isili is one of the fastest growing, if not the fastest growing city within the city in Nairobi. Congratulations, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Willie, just before you leave, we wanted to call everybody else to come up on the podium. Kindly, those of us who've received our certificates, we can come up on the podium. And I thank you for your patience. We're finishing in 5 minutes. Yes, come with your
please
certificates.
come with your certificates. We'll take a quick photo.
And then I'll invite Mr. Geoffrey Microbar and Paul Moy and Brian and Justice for this as well. Maybe we can put seats at the front. So, okay. I think we're almost done, Gift. We'll just quickly conclude so that then we can be able to end and wrap. Thank you.
Yes. So for the NSC Connect platform, what we will do is we will have, I'll invite us to stand. We'll have a quick 10-second countdown to officially launch the NSC Connect platform. I'll invite our Vice Chair, Bwana Jeff, our CEO, Mike, Willie. We stand on the sides. Yes. Brian? Okay, so there we go. 10, 10, 9, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are live on NSC Connect. Keep those applications coming. Yes. So, thank you very much.
We are done, but we are giving thanks, and then we can finish with a word of prayer. We'll just do a quick vote of thanks. Justice, are you ready? I think we've really gone now long past our, so you quickly take us through that. Thank you.
So I'd really practice this part with saying good morning, but unfortunately I have to say good afternoon to everyone. And once again, thank you very much for joining us for this session today, for this exciting event, and for being able to graduate in this program. Just a last minute bit of housekeeping. If you are not able to sign in the registers on your way in, there should be one on your table. Please indicate your name. It's also very important for us to be able to reach out to you at a later point in time to know who was with us. And also there's an element of data protection. As you can see, the event is being covered on live social media platforms. So there's a consent element to that. But without further ado, I'd like to give the vote of thanks for this event. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the NSC leadership, beginning with our Vice Chair, Mr. Paul Mwai, and our CEO, Mr. Jeff Odundo, who approved the breakfast budget. So thank you for that. Next, I'd also like to thank our CASIB leadership, together with our members, Mr. Willie Joroge, thank you very much. And for the CASIB members present, being Diane Blair, Kestrel Faida, and AIB Axis. We'd also like to give a special thank you to our guest speakers for honoring the invitation. So Mrs. Mary Ngechu, Nora Ratemo, aptly represented by Mr. Kennedy Wanderi and Francis Theuri. Next, we'd also like to give a special thank you to our panelists for giving your insights and sharing your wisdom through this program today. We'd also like to thank the consultants in the room for the Ibuka program, as well as the financiers who've been able to come here and now are going back to write the checks. We'd also like to give a special thank you to our technology partners, Escrow, for providing us with such a fantastic platform. We'd also like to thank our alumni from the Ibuka program, Mr. Mike Rabah, thank you very much. We'd also like to give an extra special thank you to our chief guests today, who have been the Ibuka program graduates. And we look forward to now moving past saying congratulations on your graduation, but congratulations on your fundraising. We'd also like to thank our vendors today, Capital Club for hosting us, Frontlight Media for covering the event, as well as Homeboys Entertainment. And we'd also like to say a special thank you and hello to those joining us remotely from wherever you are, either the bookies or the guests watching, and we hope to see you again in person. And just a bit off protocol, I'd like to say a very, very big thank you to a special team of people who have put this all together. Today they've been here smiling on stage, but behind the scenes, they've not slept for quite some time. So I'd like to say a big thank you to Ms. Mbithe Mwema, our Chief Business Officer, to Brian Tige, our Business Development Manager, and our MC with the most, Mr. Gift Corey, our Business Development Manager. So these are the faces and names behind the emails that you've been receiving, the phone calls that you've been getting, and the people who've really done an exceptional work throughout the year in putting this together. And without further ado, I'd like to say thank you to everyone and to have a fantastic weekend. Lastly, I'd like to nominate someone to give us a prayer, or rather a volunteer.
I can volunteer. Let me close it with a word of prayer.
Thank you.
And also thank you so much, Justice, for that. So our business development team is, we have Justice, please be upstanding, Brian and Gift. We also have Wendy Owade, sorry.
So since we're in church and I'm sitting next to Mr. Mike Rabah, Mike is offering tickets to the Hillsong concert tomorrow to all the graduates of this program. So don't leave without collecting the tickets from Mike. So that's how good we are at NSC. Thank you. Back to you. So you'll just give your names to Mbithe will have your names, and Mike will hand over the tickets to him. All right, good. Thank you. He's actually the event organizer. Sorry.
Jeff, I hope you'll be leading the church there. So thank you. So I was asking my team members to stand up. Running this Ibuka, it's one thing to visualize what we want to do. It's another thing for them to implement. We have Wendy, who's part of us, but she's in Lome. She's talking. I mean, she's out of the country talking about REITs. But ladies and gentlemen, these three men have been the builders and have been the driving force for implementing this. At times they don't smile with me, but we smile together. But I'm so happy because I'm so proud of what they've done. I'm yet to be a mother, but I imagine this is how parents feel when your children grow up. You start from here, from a concept to somewhere. So I'm proud of you, Brian. I'm proud of you, Justice. I'm proud of you, Gift. And I wanted you to help me applaud them so that we just appreciate them. And also, this will also be the gentleman who then now move us to the next step of not only just making the pronouncements for the funding needs, but then now getting us to be able to do the bell ringing ceremony. So thank you so much. And of course, a big hearty round of applause for my CEO, Mr. Geoffrey Odundo. Mr. Odundo is quite visionary. The way he sees things, we keep saying it's because he's taller than us. So he sees things way, past us, So he had the foresight of starting this in 2019, and he keeps at it. I think one of the things we admire is things don't work out. He doesn't lose his smile. He says, okay, now try again. So he throws it at you, try again. So that resilience, that always coming back to us and saying, there must be a way. That's what actually has been guiding us to be able to do this. And certainly to Mr. Willie Njoroge, who's from CASIB, I'll also ask him to be upstanding, because through him, we actually then engage with the intermediaries. And we keep coming back, and I'm happy to hear he listens, because cost is normally a big factor. So now I'm putting you on the spot, because tumefanya kazi, now we look at the investors. So for the investors, that is where it's coming from. So we're very grateful, and as I end with a word of prayer, truly we give thanks to God, because this is something we didn't even know how we'd be able to conceptualize it. We've done it, and I think we'll continue to do more. We've taken all the feedback into consideration, and I want to let you know that the NSC is here to connect you to capital. We have a deep passion for SMEs, for even going beyond Nairobi. And I keep telling my CEO, maybe one day we should move from Nairobi to National Stock Exchange. But nonetheless, we want to do more, and we're committed to ensure that at least we get success stories from here. Without further ado, I'll kindly request that you be upstanding for our prayers as we then leave and network thereafter. Heavenly Father, we humble ourselves before your presence today. We thank you so much, first and foremost, for the privilege of life, that we are able to be alive and to celebrate this season for the NSC Ibuka companies. We thank you so much for the great function that we've had, and we present these companies to you. May you go before us. May you show us how to get funding for these companies. May you also show us what more we can do as the capital markets in terms of providing wealth and prosperity for the nation of Kenya. We thank you for the leadership in the nation of Kenya. We thank you for the leadership at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. We thank you for everybody who's represented here. We give you all the glory, and we ask that you be with us as we continue in this great work that we have commenced. We give you all the glory, for it's in the mighty name of Jesus we humbly pray. Amen. Thank you so much. Now we are officially